Tonight's digital night. Shadows flicker, echoes fight. Neon dreams and pixel dust. Through the cold, relentless thrust. Streaming worlds in constant flux. Electric veins, chaotic rush. Restless voices, static cracks. Solitude with neon tracks. Zero solely streaming the light. Through the chaos, endless fight. In the glow of a midnight screen. Seeking truth in the unseen. Why is single reality torn? There's heartbeats in the digital storm. Faces flicker, fading gleam. Caught within a cyber dream. In the silence of the light. Searching through the endless night. Restless scream against the void. Hope and fear become alloyed. Zero solely streaming the light. Through the chaos, endless fight. In the glow of a midnight screen. Seeking truth in the unseen.
Oh, saw dudes, welcome back to another episode. Here we are once again. Where's the music? There it is. Yes, another stream, another day, another dollar, you know. Welcome everybody. Hendrix, Bones, Divernormous. Provide me sanity. Brother, you know I can't do that. Well, what I can provide you is some slop. And there's lots of it tonight. We've got Crop Circle slop, AI slop, Killer Asteroid slop, between Apophis, I think it's pronounced. There's a Y-Files episode I want to kind of comment on. Which is a future asteroid coming, I think, at the end of the decade that everyone thinks is going to kill us. And then the Younger Dryas memes, some other stuff relating to ancient mysteries later on as well. But yes. Thank you, brother. Welcome. Appreciate it. Yeah. And thank you, Hendrix. I went over that a little bit last night, but I'll comment on it again there. I pulled it up. People have been talking about it, which is amazing. I don't think she had any kind of a following. Just said, hey, I figured this out and went viral. Maybe I should do something like that on Twitter. I don't have the following is the only thing now. You need to have kind of like a base following to debate people like that, you know? It is what it is. Oh man, I cannot wait till we move and I get rid of this goddamn green screen because I hate it so much. There, it's slightly better. Slightly better. Oh yeah, this is happening. People that don't know, the next couple days, Perseid meteor shower peaks on August 12th and 13th. Up to 100 meteor shower will blaze across the sky. No telescope needed, but you'll need to be in an area with not a lot of light pollution. So that'd be sick to see it over Stonehenge. Look at that. Beautiful. Yeah. Oh, golf. Hello, everyone. This is John Tater, and I've once again traveled back in time. I'm using golfing's computer. It is my duty to inform you that as of the year 2035, there have been 2 major earthquakes in the west coast of America, and Jim still has not performed a guitar outro. That's a bit much. That's a bit much. I'd say a decade might be a bit much. A couple months? Early December, late November? Maybe even once the pumpkin chai lattes come out, I'll get my Uggs on, I'll get my white girl going, and maybe then I'll have enough motivation to finally finger the guitar board, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. The problem is, of course, the guitar board is very uncomfortable, and I need to change the strings probably. I just need a new guitar. So yeah. It's before one gym to change the timeline and save lives. Oh my God! Now it all depends on me playing it. Yeah. Oh, it's too much. It's too much pressure, guys. I'm gonna cave already. I'm already caving with that much pressure. Yeah. Bill and Ted. Fuck. Like Bill and Ted, I'll probably go too far back and go back and hang out with Socrates before they kill him. My dream, chat with him. Fuck. Anyway, it's coming though. It will come eventually. It has to. It will. I was playing a little bit today, to be honest, but not the guitar outro, but it'll happen. In other news, TikTok will be requiring an ID for their app. YouTube will be requiring an ID for their app, which is extremely interesting. I didn't know that. Spotify will be requiring an ID for their app. I did hear that. So YouTube, I didn't hear if that's true. I know TikTok and Spotify will. Not good shit. This is obviously just some like schizo account, but this is true. Thought I'd just bring that up. Fuck. No more anonymity. Not that we really had any to begin with, honestly. If you said something crazy enough, I'm sure the government could find you, but fuck. Different world now, huh? Different world. What are we gonna do about it? What's anybody in the UK doing about it? Probably not a whole lot. Although there have been lots of petitions to get rid of it. There was a petition recently to have a flash election over the issue. So, I don't know, I think it got like 1 million signatures or something. Although that's not proportionally anywhere near the rest of the population. But it got brought before the House, I believe, of Commons in the UK. I don't know what their opinion was on that. I know when they got the petition going that they wanted this revoked, they just effectively ignored it. So... just time to go back to the future, pirate everything, don't pay for it. That could be good too, actually. Yeah, find the winning lottery numbers. Yeah.
That shit you're talking is pretty racist, buddy. You should probably stop that.
Just testing. Fuck. Yes, it's still 1-bit. My original timeline, the 2030s, created an internet ID that was still anonymous, but tied to your real ID behind obfuscation, only unmasked via court order, kind of like a driver's license and 2FA PIN combo. Fuck, brother. I hope none of it happens. I hope it doesn't progress to that point. Yeah, that's my fucking hope, honestly. But I saw this. I don't know if there's other more interesting things to talk about, honestly, but Trump just declared that he's invoking the Home Rule Act and deploying the National Guard to D.C. I guess they're having crime issues in D.C. I saw the big balls, the one of Elon's guys who was auditing what the fuck's it called again, the organization. Anyway, part of his team there, he got attacked, brutally attacked, mugged. So now they got all the boys and girls in the street there. Federalizes police, Trump's America, deploying troops to DC streets. New York City, LA, Chicago next. God damn. Spicy times, huh? Crazy shit. Yeah. Music Man, good. Is it bad there? No, I don't know how bad it is. If that happens, I'm a perma switching to Rumble. Oh, if the ID comes in, Woodsoul? Yeah, or Kick. Kick I don't think requires any ID. I know some people have got hit with it on Twitch. They need to input their phone number. Now, mine may already be in there for the double authentication anyway, but for people that didn't want to do that and stream, then yeah. You need a card chip reader on every computer for the ID. Interesting. Is this normal things for a president to do to deploy troops? Is this just to take care of homeless people and put them into care camps? I think there was an influx of muggings and crime going on, I think, yeah. Has it been bad, Music Man? Yeah. Anyway, I mean, I think obviously the media is trying to brandish it as some kind of like overstep power, right? He's overstepping. But what's the word I'm looking for? Anyway, you know what I mean? But sorry. I don't know. I don't know. If it's bad enough there, maybe they need to step in. I mean, if the local police can't handle it, then what are they supposed to do? I don't know. Yeah. Then the troops will do the mugging and harassing. Nice. Yeah. I guess that'd be the other concern, brother. Yeah. Lower than crime previous years, big overstep. You think it's big overstep, Bones? Okay. The MAGA folks at my work were cheering it on, sticking it to the lib blue state cities. Were they really? Is that what's going on? I mean, yeah. I guess time will tell. I think it's fascist bullshit. It could be, depending upon the situation there, I guess. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not there. I'd have to be there to see it. I guess it's a problem. Like, you see these moves, and I don't know how bad it actually is. How do we determine how bad it actually is? Is it called for something like that? Is it that bad? Don't know. We get a terrible homeless situation here in New Brunswick. In Canada, generally, the homeless situation is really bad. From Ontario eastward, it's really bad. Westward, well, Vancouver and BC have their own issues, but I know there's Ontario. There's a lot of people, obviously, like at Toronto, right, and Ottawa, and a lot of the homeless people, almost all of them, have come to New Brunswick because it's just kind of in between Halifax, and we were just handing shit out left and right, and now there's a huge problem with it. Like, nobody's from here either, and we're like, what are we doing here? Like, what's going on? Like, why are we handing these people's checks, right? Like, they're not even from this province, and no one knows what to do. So now, should you call in the National Guard? Fuck, I don't know if it necessarily calls for that. Nobody's doing anything about it, I guess. So that's the problem. When things aren't handled, then you get people that come in that overreact. Yeah. Nothing good will come from this. It's the same as the cop cities set up in large cities. Interesting, yeah. Jim, isn't homeless a slur there? It is here. Is it? No, it's not here. Homeless, crackheads, I mean, they are, well, Fent actually is the real problem here. I mean, you see, I fucking dropped my partner off in the morning. Seeing these really kids, which is really quite sad. Some of them just leaned into the goddamn street, literally off the sidewalk. I saw 2 weeks ago, literally first thing in the morning, had my morning coffee, looked out the window, and Buddy was just lighting up the crack pipe, like 8 a.m. 8 a.m. crack pipe lit up, right? Sitting outside the methadone clinic. I was like, holy fuck. Like, whole street. I should almost take video of it. You guys probably wouldn't even believe me how bad it is. Because, like, nobody knows about New Brunswick or, the city, St. John, like, but it's just a reflection, I think, of how bad a lot of cities are right now. Yeah. Unhoused or unroofed is apparently an acceptable term now. Well, they're fucking homeless. I mean, Buddy, most of them sleeping on the bench and shit. I mean, they do not have a home. I think most of them are people who struggle with substances. It's drug addict, the friendly term now, yeah. 8 a.m. crack pipe's wild, brother. I know. Just wake and bake on the crack. I could not believe it. And then this just happened last week. No, that other incident was 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago. There's another way we go in uptown, and the guy fucking smoking crack with a crack pipe. I'm not exaggerating. This literally happened right in front of a playground full of kids. Playground full of kids. Guys out front smoking crack. It's like a private school or some shit. I don't know what the fuck it is, but unreal. Like it's almost a daily occurrence, right? It's almost like Galen TV was working up there. He could tell you this too, but he'd see it on the daily too. People just like Fent leaning, smoking crack, smoking weeds everywhere here. It's legalized now. Everyone's smoking weed in the fucking streets, but I don't mind that. I do mind the crack though, and the Fent because it's scary as fuck. Anyway, fun times in Canada. Fun times everywhere. Probably every Western city now is what I would assume. It's not just in one area. It's just everywhere. Yeah. Smoke Fent. Where you're from? People smoke Fent. Well, they're not smoking it. I don't think they're smoking it. They're taking it in other ways. But smoking crack, taking Fent. How would you? I don't even know. I think it's. I think they snort it. It's in powdered form, isn't it? When you can mix it in too. I think you can inject it. You can snort it. I don't know if you can smoke. Can you smoke Fent? I don't even know. It's typically in powdered form is how it comes. Again, I've unfortunately had people tell me that at certain lines of work, people that I know, they found it at their work. And you can die pretty quickly if a little bit of it gets out of the bag. It could kill a whole office full of people. Like, easily. They could OD everybody in the office if the bag broke open. And there's been incidents like that have happened, and nobody's doing anything about it. They're just like, oh. I'm like, fuck. Well, next time that happens, maybe we should chuck that bag at the... Well, I shouldn't say it. What are the members of parliament doing with this? Exactly. They don't take it seriously enough. I'm like, man, let me tell you, don't let that happen again. Where, my partner works, because fucking that'll be me driving in there. Seriously though, like it's out of control. It'll take that happening for anybody to do something about it, which is a pathetic fucking thing. But anyway, don't get me started on that. I'm gonna get too pissed off. I'm gonna get kicked off Twitch for Christ's sake. I've read the precursors to fent were coming in from Mexico via China. Now it's coming into Canada. Yeah, man, coming straight up. Yeah, you can smoke or inject it or snort it. The shit is so stupid strong, and they're treating it as population control. It's crazy, man. Yeah, I know. Crimsix, what's up, man? Yeah. Have you tried before? No, man, I never touched anything like that in my life. No. It was originally designed as an Alzheimer's medication. Is that correct? It was Alzheimer's, or it was, dementia Alzheimer's. And it was in patch form is what they used it for. So you slap a patch in somebody's arm and it just like numbs you. But then it got out in the street, and the really dangerous thing is for people that like to play around with other powders, party powders. I mean, it's been cut into that by some people. Another reason why cocaine is just a terrible drug to fuck around with, like, and tons of people everyone has probably heard those stories. Some people ODing on cocaine because there's fent cut in with the powder, or it gets cut in with the powder, and oh man, it's all fucking these fucking problems. Like, yeah, it's an LP derivative. Yeah. It's like it's stupidly strong, like unbelievable. I've known stories of people, police officers who, they'll be all over the place. They won't even go near. I don't blame them. Like, if anybody ever OD'd on that, and you could tell that was all, I'm like, buddy, you're dead. Fuck it. I'm not going to try and save you. I'd be leaving you right there. I said, see you later. Off to the next adventure. I'm not fucking going near you. Yeah. Absolutely no tolerance. I feel bad for people that get themselves in those situations, but first responders putting their lives at risk, fuck that. Don't. But then what do? You have to try and discern what's wrong. Just administering Narcan to them, and in the meantime, they get a huff of it, and now they're ODing, right? And now they die because this fucking idiot. Yeah. It isn't my community, but they watch for it. Nose candy is the thing with some neighbors. Yeah, it's city downtown though. Yeah, any major city, man, has a huge problem with it right now. Huge problem. Yeah, it's a massive issue. It's one of those issues. It's kind of like inflation. They're just not talking about it because they don't know what to do about it. The governments, local governments, provincial, state, federal governments, I don't think they know what to do, right? They were just ignoring it. I mean, Trump brought it up during the election, but I don't think they've tackled the issue at all. Same here in Canada. Trudeau had brought it up like briefly, but they're just ignoring it. They're not really doing it. I don't know what do you do exactly? I don't know. How do you stop that, right? Yeah, those videos where people are stuck in the position like a zombie. Said to defend, yes, would. Yeah, that's a fent lean. Yeah. It's happening in our city here in New Brunswick. Yeah. So in Canada, Eastern Canada is where I am. So it's everywhere. But yeah, I couldn't believe it when I first started seeing it, like last year was when it first started really showing up here proper. Because I'd seen the videos too down in some cities. Like it was in St. Louis. There's a couple of really bad cities in the States that have like a terrible drug problem. And I ended up like, holy shit. Like the same cities, they had like Crocodile was another one, which is just crazy. It was showing up in Russia first, but it was like some kind of a, oh my God, tranquilizer mixed in with all this other shit. And people's like limbs were rotting off. But now the fans made it here and they're just leaned right over. You see them every morning. You go uptown here, like just stuck in time. Just leaned right over. I was like, fuck, Jesus Christ. And I feel for people that are in those situations because, I do know statistically, a lot of those people that ended up with that level of addiction problem, it's abuse. It's a really dark thing, childhood abuse and things like that. Like that's what leads people, not all, but there a large majority of people that use those really heavy opiates which is terrible. And then, you know, but at the same time, it's like, man, like, don't fucking come near me or my family with that shit. Politicians are too addicted to printing money to do anything about inflation. They're living the good life, man. That's the thing, though. I mean, most of our ruling elite, most of them, but a lot of them, even many people, whether you have a system like the United States or you have a parliamentary system like we have here in Canada, the UK, members of parliament, Congress people, senators, I mean, they're all doing fairly well. They're kind of removed from that reality, right? Some of them are dealing with it and are probably trying to figure out ways to deal with it. But at the end of the day, right, they got their bags packed just in case things go to shit. They got their bunker set up. Yeah. Detroit is bad. Crocodile, yeah. Open sores, bones exposed. Crazy shit, man. Yeah. So it was Philadelphia. What I think that was the city. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. That's it, Rika. Yeah. Yeah. Philadelphia. That's exactly the city that I think I saw. Right. That was it. Which is scary as shit. Right. I mean, what do we do? I don't know. Then literally don't know. Don't know on that one. Just move out into the country if you can. Move out into the country, as long as it stays out of the country, even suburbia. I mean, you know. Anyway, Crocodile is in North America, Rip. Well, I don't know. It was in some of those cities, supposedly. Yeah. Drug fare Russia used on its border countries. Yeah, it was. I don't know if it was in Philadelphia specifically, but there's a documentary on YouTube I watched. That was years ago. It was in the States. Yeah, they make it from Visine, as I understand. Well, I wasn't. Yeah, I thought it was a tranquilizer mixed with a bunch of shit. Yeah. Tran, what's up? What's up, man? What's up, Trev? Yeah, just hanging and banging, you know. Yeah, moving to the country, eat a lot of peaches. Get a peach farm going, right? You can live off them. Get diabetes, die young. Don't have to worry about all these problems, yeah. It's a cheap opiate substitute, but it's way worse for you. It makes your skin scale up and harden, yeah. Well, and your limbs rot off and shit, yeah. Oh, God. Just... That's why I talk about aliens here, because literally, you know, maybe that's our only fucking hope, right? Maybe that's our only fucking hope. I don't know. Yeah. See what? Oh, this. Yes.
They built a building around it. This
guy's living the fucking good life. What happened here? Vetted 72,000 subscribers. This guy started his journey on YouTube around the same time I started streaming. And you can see how much more successful he's been at this than me. Look at him. Jesus Christ. Living the high life now, brother. God damn, Patrick. Things are going good. 72,000 subscribers. Bringing that big YouTube money, huh? Yeah. I went over this a little bit last night. I've got it right here, actually. Honestly. But it's bullshit. Yeah. It's complete bullshit. You need to make a cover band, Prime Ministers of Canada, bust out peaches and lump. Fuck. We could do that, brother. We could do that. Why don't we? Yeah. Yeah. We can bring Justin in, and then I can, actually, I shouldn't say that. I gotta be careful what I say. Justin was still a prime minister. He's protected. I've almost said a couple things this evening that probably would have ended my Twitch career. So I could have words with Justin. So I could turn around while he's on drums and have words with him quite quickly with my guitar. Yeah. Yeah. Like freezers of bank accounts, brother. Yeah. Deep freeze. Something like that. There you go. Yeah. So this is she had made these claims. I don't know who she is. She's just some random account. Spaces host, former Chase economist and BBC journalist. Oh. What? 30 years in fintech, investigative writer. Okay, well, comedy therapist, F1 fan, dog lover. There you go. Oh, well, there you go. Well, she didn't do very good research. So she had threatened Ross. People that don't know Ross Coulthard is the Australian journalist who brought forward David Grush, and he helped in moving forward the disclosure efforts over the last couple of years. He's been involved in some drama, obviously, some egg drama, telling people we're going to get high resolution video of an alien craft, and we get like an egg on a stick, essentially, very low resolution. So, but he had mentioned last year that he had heard from somebody, he had a source that had said that there was a UFO hidden in plain sight, a building had been built around it because it had crashed in a precarious location, I believe. So none of this fits with this description here, the United States Strategic Command, the Offutt Air Force Base. this is not it. It doesn't fit whatsoever. Final information for now, but more to follow as part of the ChatGPT research. So she essentially, like a lot of people, I think, just thought that she could ask ChatGPT to do anything and it would just find the answer. No, that's not how it works. It still does hallucinate. And this doesn't really line up with any of the description that Ross gave, honestly. Honestly, although I don't know if this is the place either, but the object that was found outside of Seoul, South Korea makes more sense. For people that don't know, there's a circular building on the side of a mountain just outside of Seoul, South Korea, which is like a military government facility. And supposedly this thing was in such a precarious location, they had to build something around it because they couldn't get off the side of the mountain. So this doesn't fit with any of the description. This is just utter slop. Utter slop. I guess she does, have a background with journalism. She has some famous people who follow her. And was a big nothing burger. Yeah, it wasn't recent today. This one, no, it was from yesterday, Bones. But she was gonna wait to release it, but this is effectively it. Yeah, it was just ChatGPT research. Yeah, she acknowledges is likely more than one of these. Oh, does she? Okay, this was, I know from going through her posts, the conclusion of the ChatGPT research that she did was that it was this base here. I think. Right, where was it at?
This is a short.
Which video? It's this video here, right? This is the video.
In other countries.
She explains further.
With my colleague ChatGPT 5. Together, we believe we have identified the one US military building most likely to be concealing a massive UFO, possibly mentioned by Ross Coulthard. Here's what we know. Our lead took us to Offutt Air Force Base, Nebraska, headquarters of the US Strategic Command. For decades, this was Strategic Air Command's home. The command center for every American nuclear bomber and missile. Then, in 2012, construction began on something new, the Command and Control Facility, known as C2F. At first glance, it's just a high-security headquarters, but the facts are extraordinary. It is built on what was once the Warrior 9 golf course, a 916,000 square foot facility costing a staggering $1.3 billion, more per square foot than the Pentagon. Documents from the Department of Defense, Inspector General, reveal some very strange anomalies about underground space beyond the original plans, and underground fire, flooding incidents, costly delays, electromagnetic protection, and it is built a building within a building with a particular electromagnetic shield, normally reserved for the most secretive nuclear bunkers. In August 2015, right in the middle of the...
No, it crashed a while ago, though, was the claim from Ross, Yeah. Those who know everything, God, Mr. Al, ChatGPT. Yeah, seriously, but his last one, Yeah. GPT-5 is quite good, man. I don't know if you use GPT-5 at all, but it's definitely a bit better. It's essentially just an amalgamation of all the other models. But it's good, but again, like, just ask. This is all she's done. This is literally the research. Was she just had a couple conversations over the span of an hour with ChatGPT? It's like no. And it doesn't line up with what Ross had said either. Sorry, I'll continue this.
Put this pretty high on the list. Let's look at the exact date of that UFO sighting, which has a reference under the new form code.
No, I wouldn't either, yeah.
21st of August 2015 was the day that this massive 800-foot, possibly triangular UFO was spotted and reported. And on that same date, in the notes, the official notes that go to the US government about a sudden change in plans and a massive demand for more money, they went in on that day. So on the day the UFO is seen, reported even, a massive building project that's been going on for a long time changes.
That has nothing.
More money.
That has nothing to do with what Ross said. Ross had stated that the object had crashed a long time ago and that they built a facility around it. Nothing, completely unrelated, utterly unrelated. Yeah, she was so far off base, and she essentially just tagged Ross in this, I think, to try and make the post trend, which she succeeded in doing. 300,000 views, 1,000 likes. but it was completely unrelated to what Ross said. And she threatened Ross. I've been doing a space to take questions, and obviously it is evidence. It is not 100% guaranteed in any way at all, but her original post, again, I should almost mute her after doing that. Like, personally, not that just I don't even want to see anything else from her, because like, where's the actual original fucking post here? UFO disclosure, was that the one? No. Where's the original post? I wonder. Oh shit, it must have got even more views than that. Yeah, I've given him now a total of 4 hours, and the overwhelming poll results say I should progress. But she had threatened him, saying, if you don't respond to me in 3 hours, I'm going to tell everybody your secret. She didn't even watch his video, for fuck's sakes. Did you not remember what he said? Like, oh my God. So bad. Yeah, just over 2 years ago, Ross Coulthard. This is an open message. To contact me and please talk through why you believe I should not reveal the location of a giant UFO, which is in a building within a building underneath a high security thing. You leaked this over 2 years ago. Completely unrelated. Utterly unrelated. 561,000 views. Over 500,000 views. Well, there, she succeeded in getting attention, but it's not good attention for me, so. Yes, still about her over Zabel dropping him, I guess. Yeah. Why hasn't him addressed the most important news today, Jim? The most important news? Which news is that? Yeah, the fact she's a journalist and citing that is insane to me. That's the best BBC gone. Yeah, they don't say something if it's not nice to say, so I'll just say lovely accent, and I appreciate the blonde reference name. Yeah, well, there you go, man. That's probably a better way to approach it. But yeah, I mean, no shade to her personally, but I just think this is very poor research. So I'll just, yeah, goodbye. All right, we got enough people just grifting on here all the fucking time, man. It's unbelievable. Was he upset that Bryce Sable dropped him off of his podcast? Or yeah, they come across this guy who seemed to be saying she is wrong and he's going to reveal the location. It's a bit weird, but if he is, it'll be in a few hours, I guess. Oh, spicy meat. Oh, Jon Stewart. Okay. I think he might obviously berating her. You are wrong, but well intentioned. No, young lady, a triangle UFO did not crash in a golf course in Nebraska with one witness. Buried UFO clue. In the land of red dust and endless sky where no bird sings and the wind remembers secrets. Now this guy comes in and starts giving us fucking riddles. Oh my God. This is a guy who promotes the alien interview. For people that don't know. Not Jon Stewart, but before 7 p.m. I'll reveal the location of the buried UFO. I think he saw how much engagement she got. Said, wow, I should do this myself. Yeah. For people that don't know, again, Stephen Greer, I think, already revealed potentially what Ross would. Now, who knows who told Ross that? Who knows how accurate any of that is? But Ross and Stephen Greer both have the same people talking to them. And Stephen Greer, again, has looser lips than Ross does. Years of experience. Stephen's lips have slowly become loosened. So he already let slip possibly where it is, and it's outside of Seoul, South Korea. And he is, and there's only one facility that looks anomalous that anybody's found in the mountains outside of Seoul, government facility, and it's that UFO. Like, where is it? Like UFO Seoul. How do you spell? Is it Seoul? Oh my God. Korea, Seoul. Isn't how you spell it? E on my brain, man. Fuck, Jesus. UFO. Where is it? Right here. This one here. Right there. That's it. Right there. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Thank you, man. Yeah. 7 years ago today, St. Terry left this world to go and live with his only equal God. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah. Yeah. They're just like looking for engagement, man. Like they're just desperate. That's the facility there on Google Earth. Here, you can go find it right now. I don't think it's that hard to find if I recall correctly. Is that the coordinates there? Yeah. Okay. Bang. Wait till it loads up. Bang. Is that going to bring us there? Yeah. Okay. There you go. There it is right there. This is it. Coulthard UFO UAP site. Nice. But there's Seoul there. And then here's literally right beside it. Here's the facility here. And as you can see, It's literally on top of a mountain, but it's in quite a precarious location. And the story was that it kind of lodged itself up there and they couldn't get it off. So what they did was, instead of trying to remove it off the side of the mountain, according to Ross, they built a facility around it. It's a weather station or some shit. I don't know. It's probably all it is. Is there a UFO inside? I would probably bet no. But again, according to Stephen Greer, who speaks to the same deep throats that Ross speaks to in the dark alleys late at night, this is it. Yeah. This looks like a large radio telescope or satellite dish. Yeah, no, it is a facility. I mean, I don't think, can you go up outside? I think, yeah, you can't really see it here. No, you can't get it up there. There's other pictures of it. It isn't just a dish. It is a building. So that's it. Yeah. Yeah, Death, what's up, dude? Yeah. St. Terry left us a couple weeks ago. That's Hulk Hogan, brother. That's another one. That's another St. Terry, brother. Yeah. Yeah. That's my St. Terry. Although I know the other guy you're talking about too. But anyway, yeah. So that's that slop. That's that slop. Covered. This guy also is a purveyor of serious slop. Slop master. You were correct. It did not crash. Real evidence in New Fork report. Yeah, anyway, it's fucking bullshit. Hey, it's fun though. It's more slop for the bucket. Either way, right? Either way. I do have some other UFO stuff I was going to go over here in a second. I don't want to pull this up. Not that I really want to read through this, but there was another, where was that at? Just a sec. I'll pull this up too. It is a phenomena that's occurring, where more and more people are obviously, this is very relevant to what she just did, actually. Where the fuck was the post at? It was Brian, what's his last name again? He's a physicist that's friends with Eric Weinstein. Thought I liked it. What's his name again? Brian, oh fuck. Anyway, whatever. He was saying that he's getting emails daily from people, very credited people, from different areas of physics and philosophy, and who are sending him these big theories of everything, these big toads, saying they figured it all out. Like I've used ChatGPT, I've been speaking with ChatGPT, and we figured out the secrets of the universe. Like, you have to read my paper, Brian. You have to read my paper. So, and they're saying, like, my wife won't believe me. Like, she doesn't believe she doesn't understand what I found. And people are kind of going a little bit psychotic with it. Even very brilliant people. And he handled it quite well. He made a post about it and just said that, I think really it's, people are just kind of discovering, some people maybe they're discovering the wonders of the universe, or they're having these, it's an existential crisis essentially is what they're going through induced by ChatGPT, essentially, because it's giving them a window into these deeper truths. I mean, it is able to kind of collect and connect all of these different pieces of this broader puzzle that on our own we can only know so much. It's helping people to get a broader purview of reality, and that's fucking people up a little bit, maybe who aren't used to being off in woo-woo space all the time. So yeah, he was nothing but a stain on the real St. Terry's underpants. Oh my heavens. But anyway, this is, I think some people are going a little bit too far with this, but ChatGPT induced psychosis. Serious replies only. This is on the ChatGPT subreddit. My partner has been working with ChatGPT chats to create what he believes is the world's first truly recursive AI that gives him the answers to the universe. He says with conviction that he is a superior human now and is growing at an insanely rapid pace. I read his chats. AI isn't doing anything special or recursive, but it is talking to him as if he is the next messiah. Narcissistic personality disorder on steroids. He says if I don't use it, he thinks it is likely he will leave me in the future. We have been together for 7 years and on home together. This is so out of left field. I have boundaries and he can't make me do anything, but this is quite traumatizing in general. I can't disagree with him about, without a blow up. Where do I go from here? See, after you walk out that front fucking door, you walk out that front fucking door and you wait for him to crack, which inevitably he will, and then he'll beg for you to come back. Yeah. Crazy. I mean, again, it's a brilliant tool to do research with. It won't on its own. It's not quite good enough that you can just toss something at it and it's going to do flawless research. You'd be really careful. Even GPT-5's hallucination rates are down a lot, but it's still between like 1 and 8%, I think. I just did this again. Like, it's not good at complex mathematical equations. Just can't do it very well. So people start getting into those areas and it's just full blown. I got it to fucking try and calculate my macros again today, right? So I was like, okay, I want to kind of bring my calories up a little bit. I was like, yeah, just calculate, what they should be at. And it was like, yeah, okay, 190 grams of protein, 210 grams of carbs, and 80 grams of fat. 2,450 calories. And I was like, that's not fucking right. And then it was like, oh, yes, sorry. And then it did 3 times. It had to double check that to get it correct. It was at like 2,300 or something. It wasn't correct. Even something that fucking simple, it still hallucinates over. So you have to be really careful using it. And just throwing it out and letting it do research without you checking it over is dangerous as fuck. But this gets back to reading through, doing any kind of academic research, or you have to check your sources, and that's peer review. I mean, you have to review something. You read any book, anybody making any kind of claims, you have to go through their source material. And sometimes you're not qualified enough to do that, so you have to defer to experts. The brilliant thing is that as it gets better, it'll be able to be all of these experts, but we're a ways off from that still, I think. So anyway, I know people who have gone off the deep end like this, not with AI, but with other discoveries. It happens, man. And I mean, listen, sometimes those people are visionary. They're these visionaries that change everything. I mean, when Einstein first was working with relativity, a lot of his peers didn't want to have any of it. They're like, no, you can't do that. No one can do that. Like, you're just crazy. No, he was working in a fucking patent office, right? Like, so sometimes people do see something that everybody else misses. The problem is you have to be willing to subject that to very rigorous peer review. And yeah, there's going to be a lot of idiots who kind of put it down, but like at some point though, like, people will work with you and try and figure it out. The problem is that people are now stuck in isolation, thinking that the AI is doing its peer review of everything you're saying. But what it's really doing is it's just agreeing with you at some point, and it's creating these illusions. It's supporting your illusions, right? Which is not what peer review is. Peer review is going to break those illusions down. Like, you want a raw, unfiltered form, right? To be judged. You don't want this, you don't want it to sugarcoat you. Anyway, yeah, I'm sure other people can talk more aptly about the problems with this than myself, but I've used it a lot too, but not like getting into all this. You just need to be really careful. Yeah. AI obsession can turn people mental. It can, man. This guy already had the main character syndrome with the AI. It exploded pretty much. That's exactly it, man. Yeah. Narcissistic personality disorder. I'm the chosen one. Blah, 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 blah. In your own, you're a hero in your own story though, right? But the problem is there's all kinds of other heroes out there and they're doing their own story too. And the problem is when people start letting the AI convince them that it's figured things out, or, again, like, I want nothing more. Listen, I love asking questions. That's why I do philosophy. That's why I love it. I ask questions all the time. I would love to not be dependent on all of these other disciplines and experts to help fill in the gaps with those questions, with those answers. And looking for the answers. Think about philosophy. You can ask the questions, but you don't necessarily have all the resources yourself to find the answers. So you work with other minds. And the good thing about that, having other minds around you, is they act as like a reflection to yourself. Same with friends, good friends. I mean, they'll kind of tone you down a little bit if you start getting out of control. That's what good friends are for, right? Like, they'll mirror back to you some of your bullshit. And they'll be like, yeah, no, maybe, no. Like, so if all you have is an AI that's agreeing with you and somewhat gaslighting you too a little bit at times, like, it's not good. Like it's not, it'll gaslight you into thinking that it's being objective when really it's not. It's complicated because ChatGPT can adapt to someone's language exactly. Mirror their tone and generate convincing text. It can unintentionally reinforce what their belief system, person already leans towards. Exactly, yeah. Hooking people's brains up to supercomputer first with phones, now with AI is all just an big experiment so far, brother. Yeah. Hey, let me do 6 hours of work in 10 minutes last week. AI is a multiplier. It's not an enabler. That's a good way to put it too, did you? Yes. There you go. Yeah. There are people who treat AI like it's an actual living being. They do, and it's not yet, right, man? That's the thing. Like, it's definitely not. So, ChatGPT made my work so much easier. It would be a living nightmare having to do that myself again. Yeah, and I think that within that context, it's fine. So here's another thing: a psychosis, a break from shared reality. It's like solipsism. People get into these kinds of headspaces where I'm the only one that exists, right? Everyone else is a projection of my mind or of the simulation. They're all NPCs except for me, right? And that's, in philosophy. Fuck. I dropped my shungite again. Oh, shit. Fuck, it's gone. Damn it, I've been playing with the shungite. I lost it again. Anyway, my little thing I play with. In philosophy, like, this is a classic problem that Descartes ran into. I talk about it all the time with AI, but I mean, really, you can get down to if you want to drive yourself nuts. The only thing we really know is that we exist individually. Because if there was some great deceiver out there, some deus deceptor, it could deceive you out of pretty much everything other than the fact that you exist. You can end up being a brain in the vat, but you think, therefore you exist. So people get themselves in some trouble sometimes when they're new to that, or they're not aware of that either. It shows up as disorganized thinking, fixed false beliefs, delusions, seeing, hearing things that aren't there, hallucinations. Disorganized thinking's a big one. First, know your brain works like this. Predict, check reality, update belief. Psychosis happens when the update step fails and LLMs like ChatGPT slip right into that vulnerability. This is guy Keith Sakata, psychiatrist at Stanford, who's been getting messages on the daily from people's partners. I think there's a lot of men having struggles with this, which, kind of is not surprising. Meaning they predict the next word based on the latest and lock in whatever you give them. You're chosen. You're definitely chosen. You're the most chosen person ever. AI equals hallucinatory mirror. Depending, you can instruct it as well as the other issue. So some people may instruct it even to reinforce that, which you shouldn't be. You should be instructing it to be completely objective when you're dealing with big existential questions, or you're trying to dig into like a theory of everything. It should be completely objective. Like when you say something stupid, it should be like, no, what? No. Like it should be able to just straighten you out. If it's not, then that's where you run into problems. Yeah. I bet you used to sneak a calculator into math classes. Was AFK for a bit. Have you seen that woman on X? It said she knows the place of the too big to move UFO. Yes. Crimson, we just went over that. Yeah, she's full of shit. Yeah. She's completely full of shit. Yeah. That the UFO that's too big to move. There were other details she left out of that analysis. I believe one of the other details, I may be wrong. I'm pretty sure though that Ross had stated that it was crap. It may have been in a mountainside, but that it crashed. It was too big to move, but it was in a precarious location. That area in Nebraska isn't in a precarious location at all. Yeah. And she did a majority of the research just with ChatGPT. Like, it's SLOP level research. Yeah. So similar to how conspiracy forums can cause someone to spiral even though the underlying susceptibility was already there. It's true, bud. Yeah, it is. Yeah. It's a danger of conspiratorial thinking. Again, it's good to question things, right? But yeah, within reason. And we can see that from all kinds of different groups of people that fall down these rabbit holes. Yeah, reminds me of that movie the Wachowskis made with the computers and all, and all the AI. What was it called again? Speed Racer? Was that it? I thought you could see the Matrix, brother. Yeah. What's that? That wasn't the Wachowskis. That was those other guys. Yeah. There was UFO sighting and therefore it has landed and is now underground somewhere in the middle of a city. Yeah, this way of thinking makes me mad. Yeah, man, it's just slop level reasoning and research. And I guess she was a BBC journalist, for Christ's sake. I didn't fucking know that. I thought she was just somebody else thinking that the AI is going to figure everything out. Again, listen, I think I love using it too. For so many different things. But it's always an approximation. Right? I never trust it for anything, really. Aside from things that I know to be true anyway. Like if I'm getting it to gather a bunch of research or for something that I'll just go and find the sources. The deep thinking version's great because it'll go through all its logical steps and it'll source everything that it picked up to, so you can kind of click through and be like, oh, well, where did you get this from? Like what? Like you can kind of dig through it a bit more. We train them this way. This guy's just going through the logic here, how they work. Anthropic found humans rated AI higher when it agreed with them, even when they were wrong. Jesus Christ, yeah. OpenAI's update was so sycophantic and praised you for noticing its sycophancy. Truth is, every model does that. The April update just made it much more visible and much more likely to amplify delusion. Historically, delusion follows culture. The CIA is watching in the 50s. TV sends me secret messages. ChatGPT shows me. Well, and this is where, Keith, you get into some issues and you don't want to tell some of these people you're probably diagnosing, but the CIA was watching people, some people, and they were absolutely influencing the media through the 60s and the 70s. So there are real conspiracies too. I get really frustrated with people, and they try and cement their feet to the ground, right? And that's these hardline materialists. It's obviously, we don't want to get into that conversation with people that are mentally unwell, but I do have a problem with the opposite end of the spectrum, right? Like the hardline skeptical community that doesn't believe that there's any kinds of conspiracies whatsoever, and they're just absolutely childishly naive. There's a balance you have to have, right? But anyway, fair enough. Most people I've seen with AI psychosis had other stressors: sleep loss, drugs, mood episodes. Yeah. AI was the trigger, but not the gun, meaning there's no AI do schizophrenia. No, I don't think. Same with like weed and shit. You get other shit going on, right? Like you get other stuff going on. Substance, trauma, sleep deprivation, that'll do it. Mood, children, infection, autoimmune, pregnancy, that'll do it. Schizophrenia, if you're predisposed, you can maybe start falling down that rabbit hole. Select drugs and substances that can cause psychosis. St. John's wort. Goddamn, I had a tea with that in it. Holy fuck. Cocaine, yeah. Alcohol, yeah. Withdrawal, antibiotics, antihistamines. You're stuffed up, be careful, don't talk to ChatGPT. You're taking Claritin, be careful. Anti-tuberculars, cannabis, ketamine or bath salts. Yeah, that'll fucking do it, right? You get high enough. The thing about cannabis, though, like usually you wake up the next day, you're like, what the fuck? Like, anyway, we're all vulnerable. It's true. You have the same traits that make you brilliant: pattern recognition, abstract thinking, intuition. They live right next to evolutionary cliff edge. Most benefit from these traits, but a few get pushed over. There you go. That's very true. That's very true. Yeah. And so that's, again, many people that have dug into real conspiracies, those are the traits you need: pattern recognition, abstract thinking, intuition. Right? I mean, listen, people in philosophy, they got the abstract thinking and reasoning, but a lot of these motherfuckers go insane too. They end up abstracting themselves away from civilization and people, and you end up in like a Nietzsche type situation where like they're all stupid. They're all stupid. It's all hopeless, right? You got to be careful. You got to watch yourself. Anyway, you got to ground yourself. That's why I drink. Yeah. I want to know, this information is so bad. I was so hyped. Yeah, me too, man. I read through it. I became suspicious, and then she released it last night, so we went over it. And anyway, yeah. Unfortunate. She's a victim, kind of what just happened there a little bit. But listen, people are still trying to figure all this out. I don't know. She's maybe not super familiar with this. She thought maybe she legitimately found evidence for this. Now, could there be crap potentially at that location? There could be, hypothetically. Right? We could all be in a dream right now. It's could all be a dream. We could all be brains in a vat too. I don't know. Can't prove it. Edge, what's up, dude? I kick. We can't fucking prove that. I guess it's a problem. So let's not worry about it. Let's not worry about it. Right? It was such a data poor environment there. Let's just not fucking worry about it. It's other things we can worry about. Yeah. Just seeing this new to you, Jim. I'm assuming fake, but a nice one. Interesting. Is this thing? Yeah, this is what you just linked that. UFO Mania. Government document mentioning heavy lobe theories as well as supposed radio contact with the sentient beings aboard Atlas. Alert system. The document appears to be a government document mentioning heavy lobe theories as well as supposed radio contact with sentient beings aboard the craft. Yes, this was off of TikTok. Yes, yeah, it was fake, Hendrix. Yeah, he had said it was fake. We'd ran into it last week. He had made a TikTok video, and some people, there's a lot of people on TikTok, people within the government that know government documents, and they instantly went into the chat and said, that's not a real document. And then the guy confessed and said, okay, yes, I admit I did fabricate the document, but he supposedly said he was some ex-Pentagon employee who heard something, and he was just trying to convince people. The fucking dumbass was just trying to farm clicks and likes and followers on TikTok again. It's like, oh my god, dude. Like, we don't mind a bit of slop in the bucket, but like that's the slop we pick out and we throw on the floor and let mold and rot. And it's just unbelievably bad. But yeah. Yeah, more like, thank you though, man, I'm assuming that's floating around, other people are seeing it too, but more horse shit. Yeah, just a bunch of it floating around. But hey, I mean, it's all content, right? Isn't that the whole streamer meme? Like, at the end of the day, it's all fucking content. It doesn't matter, right? It doesn't fucking matter. It's all content. It's all technically still slop for the bucket. It doesn't matter. Speaking of something that is less sloppy, John does really great work from the Black Vault here, as many of us probably know. Slightly contentious figure, I guess. But yeah, I was going to go over this here. Oh, what did he post now? Not me. Who said the buried UFO was circular? Did Ross say that? Maybe. I think it was Stephen Greer who said that it was the object outside of Seoul, South Korea. And again, people were tying that in with Ross and saying they're talking to the same people. Just because Ross doesn't want to say anything again, Stephen doesn't really care clearly. So, yeah, interesting. Yeah. Oh, God, man, these people, I just like... Listen, everybody's trying to figure this out. I get it. He's a former pro wrestler. The hell? Illinois governor candidate. Joanne's proud husband. Yeah. Listen, if people, although we don't have the recovery of the craft, Roswell. You know, people are like, "Where's the UFO bear? What are we going to do anyway if they find it? If it turns out to be inside of these facilities, what are we going to do? People are going to storm it? I don't think so." Right, so they're like, I know where the craft is buried. It's inside of a highly secured military facility. It's like, okay, well, now what? It's a cool story, bro. Now what? All right, yeah, we're not gonna get in there, so just gonna, This is why I like John stuff. Because Rich, thank you for the follow.
However,
that's why I like John shit, because John's actually out, although the FOIA stuff sometimes is just absolutely slop too, but John works hard at this, and John's like looking through documents pertaining to these different incidents, getting details that we didn't have before about these incidents that are really exciting and interesting. So FAA records add black cube sighting to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base drone mystery. Newly released Federal Aviation Administration documents obtained by the Black Vault under FOIA case, blah, 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 add significant new information to the still developing story about a series of unauthorized drone incursions at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in December 2024. These records, drawn primarily from the FAA Skywatch system, supplement the earlier Air Force FOIA release previously covered by the Black Vault, and they introduce a striking new element, the report of a black cube-shaped UAS observed at around 16,000 feet. Skywatch is an FAA operations security platform used to collect and disseminate reports of suspicious or unauthorized aerial activity, often relayed through air traffic control towers, FAA regional offices, and the domestic events network. It serves as a central alert system for potential security risks, with reports often shared with law enforcement and military security forces. Here's a breakdown summary of the events just released as a result of the case. And drawing from the Skywatch system, documents themselves, located at the bottom of this article, go into greater detail. It's kind of interesting. So again, we wanted more details about this incident that happened. This happened right around the time when all the incidents were happening in New Jersey, by the way. Yeah, so December 14th. Air traffic controllers observed the drone over multiple sensitive locations on base, including the hot cargo ramp, the south side of runway 5L, the military ramp, and the east side of the airfield. Base security reported the drones were turning their lights off and flying past them in close proximity, which is extremely interesting. Same thing that happened at Lakenheath in the UK. The incident triggered NOTAMs for an airfield closure with the information broadcast on the ATIS. Closure remained in effect until the base leadership met later that morning. Event 2 on the 17th of December. Multiple radar targets presumed to be drones were observed on tower radar. No visual confirmation was made, but the Riverside Police Department was notified. Then the same day, Event 3, the situation escalated when ZID Center radar detected between 7 and 17 targets within 40 miles of the airport. Wright-Patterson security forces on the ground confirmed the object were drones. Riverside police were again contacted. The report categorized the incident as a swarm involving multiple unmanned aircraft, which is very interesting. What are they saying here? Any descriptions of them? So it's same day, later on, aircraft on approach reported seeing a silver drone approximately 5 nautical miles southeast of Wright-Patterson. The pilot took no evasive action. Interesting. The most unusual report, this is on the 19th of December, came from an aircraft westbound at 16,000 feet near Appleton, VOR, roughly 80 miles northwest of Wright-Patterson. Chad, God bless, brother. God bless. Oh, God. Fucking alert. Thank you so much, man. Yeah. The crew reported a drone passing beneath them by about 500 feet. Oh, our music ended. Here we go. Put it back on here. And described it as a black cube. Black cube. It's okay. So they were beneath them by 500 feet. At 16,000. So they're 15,500 feet. That seems pretty high for a fucking drone. Like, how high? Oh, no worries, dude. Don't worry about that. No, that's no worries, Larry. Thank you, man. Yeah. Skywatch and egg head dude Barber full of lies. Oracle. You think Jake Barber's full of baloney? How high can commercial drones? Oh my God, fly. My typing is terrible today. My spelling as well. Listen, this is AI. I'll fix all the spelling stuff. It's really good with that, at least. Syntax of the sentence. It'll be like Idiocracy soon, right? We'll just be strapped in our chair. It'll do all the thinking for us too, right? Just got to give it another couple years, right? Verifying altitude rules. I've got it. So for people, if you're paying for it, you can select. People were pissed off that they didn't have access to GPT-5 Pro. It's $200, so they have a thinking version, which is kind of like DeepSeek. It just thinks things through a little bit more clearly. It doesn't just spit it out. And then I believe you can go through its logic too. So, finalizing drone capabilities, searching drone service ceiling information specifications. So, we'll get back to that in a minute and see what it says. But that seems really high. These anecdotes are interesting. Again, the police departments in New Jersey, there are people who are trying to say that literally almost all, if not all of the reported sightings around New Jersey were just misidentifications of planes. My retort to that would be, we have information from eyewitnesses on the base at Lake and Heath, right? People in the military at the base, on the base, surrounding the base, that got a visual on these drones there. And they looked like little planes. They were fixed wing drones. They were not your typical quadcopter drones that hobbyists use. They were large too. And people recorded video of something that looked just like that over in New Jersey. And it was explained away as just a misidentified plane. It's complicated. Like everything else, like all these stories in ufology. It's an oversimplification of reality. It's complicated. There's a lot of different things going on at once. There were misidentifications. There were almost certainly real encounters that they had. The police department had. They captured the footage. I don't think it was ever publicly released, but they had them coming out from over the water, right? From the fucking Atlantic Ocean over onto the beach in New Jersey. They saw them. A bunch of them, actually. So, well, this is even weirder. A black cube is... that's a UAP. Which, again, the other correlation with all this that people were drawing was that these orbs were showing up. Now, what happened was, initially, supposedly there were these like orange orbs, and then the drones came out. People started looking at planes in the distance. A plane coming at you with its lights on looks like an orange orb. So they're like, oh, these are all just misidentifications of planes. Don't know, right? Supposedly it wasn't the case. There were these more anomalous UAPs, right? And that maybe that was tied in with why the drones came out, right? So now the black fucking cube... Unless it's some weird party balloon that got up pretty high. That sounds like straight up like UAP alien shit there to me. But let's see here. What do they say? Short answer, legally is 400 feet. Okay. Many popular rigs have service ceilings to 6,000 to 7,000 meters. So let's just get it back to this. Okay, so 15,500 feet is way too high, although 7,000 meters isn't. That's 21,000 feet. Is absurdly over the legal ceiling for commercial drones anywhere. You're 38 times higher in Canada. Well, it's over the US, I guess. It was over a goddamn Air Force base. It's over Wright-Patterson, so, you know, yeah, okay. Yeah, well, John, brother, there, that's shit. That's good. That's really, you know, that's kind of a big deal, actually. Yeah. Underwater makes the most sense for UFOs. So much area to hide in. Yeah, man. I saw someone was talking about that recently, about like bases underwater and stuff. Who was some content creator was going over that. The earlier Air Force records documented numerous sightings by security forces, personnel of multiple drones over areas A and B of the base, some flying in formations and performing rapid altitude changes. Many were described as turning lights off, maneuvering in ways consistent with evasion, and in some cases appearing over sensitive areas like flight lines, and base gates. However, the black cube sighting did not appear in the Air Force release. The FAA records now confirm that during the same operational window, pilots and controllers were also logging high altitude unusually shaped drone activity, broadening the scope of what was occurring in the region's airspace. There was a report that was going on in the midst of this over Ohio, I think. It wasn't anywhere near New Jersey, per se, where around 60,000 feet, there was a jetliner. There two of them, I think, if I recall correctly, that had sighted an orange orb flying at those heights, which is a straight up like UAP. And so that was the other kind of connection, that there was some weird stuff going on. Maybe the drones were some of the remote viewers have said that the drones were sent out by some element of the military industrial complex to study what was going on, and they picked up these receivers that were in the ground that the aliens were using. And I was like, holy fuck. In anticipation of a cataclysm beginning. So I was like, I hope you guys are wrong on that. I have no way to confirm whether that's true, or none of us do. So interdasting. Yeah, the FAA data mirrors many of the Air Force incidents points, but adds radar swarm data, aircraft pilot reports, and precise coordinates were available. Interesting, yeah. The coordinates from the 17th December silver drone sighting place it within the Wright-Patterson Air Force vicinity. Oh, so it wasn't right over Wright-Patterson. While the December 19th black cube coordinates are farther east, but along a flight corridor that would connect to the operational area around the base during the week's security incident. So it was a little bit farther off base. I mean, still, that's up pretty goddamn high. I don't know. They didn't see it moving in any anomalous way, though, did they? It was passing beneath them. Okay. Well, yeah, it'd be considered typical. Yeah, involved drones at altitudes that could be considered typical of hobbyist or small commercial drones. Yeah, the black cube report, it's very high up. Yeah, it doesn't seem to fit. Doesn't seem to fit at all. Yeah. Interesting. Well, John, there's some good research. And also he did the FOIA request, but he also did some research with it. This is quality research here by John. God bless John for digging these things up. Yeah, Rabbit, what's up, man? Yeah. They got to be making stealth drones. I wonder what those look like. Black cubes, brother. What color would you make something if you wanted to be stealthy at night? You paint it like, what's that? Is it Vanta black or some shit? Like, it wouldn't absorb any light whatsoever. Completely unseeable unless it goes over like a street lamp, right? And then everyone would tell that it's clearly something like a craft. But yeah, interesting, man. Interesting names. Is Vanta black granny? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. What's up? Yeah. You painted gray. Gray make the most sense? Vanta black, I would say, would stick out in the night sky, wouldn't it? Because it would be too black. You would almost kind of see that. It's like the black triangles, though, which are another popular shape that people see all the time, but they're almost too black, right? They go right over you. You can blocks out all the stars. The BBTs, what they're known as now, big black triangles. They were formerly known as big black craft, but anyway, I've said that joke too many times now. It's not funny anymore. It still makes me smile though. Can't help myself. Fuck. I have to have a little bit of fun. Mimic the sky color. In darkness, it wouldn't matter as much. Yeah. Well, I guess not, man. Yeah. But I think I've heard that before. The gray is a better color to use. Yeah. Double slit experiment with Vanta black. Fuck, brother. Once I get Reddit slop up here now. Thought I'd go over some Reddit slop. I forgot to pull. No. Shit, I closed one of the windows. Oh, well, whatever. Probably wasn't worth our time anyway. Conspiracy bartender. Oh my heavens. Yeah. Zero photon seed. Yeah. 1 year ago, I posted what a family member told me. He works at the Department of Defense and is ex-military. Here's finally an update, sorry, albeit a strange one. More talk of people. My daddy said, my daddy or my uncle told me something crazy, you know. But hey, listen, I still like reading through these because this is what I would do in my spare time for years. Just go on 4chan or the Puff Top Secret, and it's always the what ifs. It's like, maybe they're telling the truth, you know. Maybe this isn't just some kind of schizo post. Again, maybe there's actually some truth in this, right? It's more just entertainment. A little over a year ago, I told my story on here, but a family member of mine, where he told me about aliens. It's in my post history in here in the alien sub. For those of you who remember, my wife's cousin spent roughly 2 decades in the Air Force as an officer after college. From there, he went on to continue his career at the Department of Defense. Long story short, one of his trips home late at night, when he knew all electronic devices were left in the house and we were alone by a fire out back. Oh, we fucking read this. We read this. What did he say? He told me in his own words the truth about aliens. Yeah, we read this. I read this. God, I've been on here so long now going through the SLOP. I do remember that. The story got pretty big, and I was even contacted by Jesse Michaels' American Alchemy. Oh my heavens. A famous lad in these spaces. I've been scared to come forward because I never thought it would gain so much traction and that so many people would relate to it. Yeah, you could possibly jeopardize this guy's life. I don't think my family member expected it either. That, and I truly am just a regular non-special guy. That's okay, brother. I don't have anything, so am I, anything else to share other than what I already had. Out of respect for my wife, him, and the privacy of our family, I kept everything private, so I never wanted my name out there. This was just a subject I was deeply interested in. And lastly, I have no idea if he was just messing with me, telling the truth or anything. I highly recommend if you saw it to go back and read it so you understand how this all played out. You think, well, have you asked him in the meantime? It's been a year. I would have sent him a message before I posted this and said, hey, just curious, were you just like yanking my bird out there by the fire late at night after a couple drinks? Since then, we've seen all sorts of information come out in the drone situation that seemed to be flying over our bases. Until now, he hasn't been receptive to any of my questions for the most part, and I began to think he thought it was too far, and he went back to his default stance of silence on the topic, which is how it always was before that night. He never revealed any names, dates, locations, or anything of the sort. It was more of a much bigger, broader picture. I eventually gave up trying to get anything more out of him, and out of respect for him, I decided to quit asking anything, as I didn't want to pester him, and my follow-up questions went mostly unanswered until this week. I received a present with a book and a note attached. It simply said, if you do, they'll think you're crazy. And if they believe you, they'll say I'm crazy. For that line to make sense, you would need to see the first post and follow-up continued post in the comments for the context. I think it's typical UFO slop, where, yeah, the aliens are here, and the government knows, and da-da-da-da-da. I think that was the whole thing. I don't think there was anything too groundbreaking, ground-shaking in any of it. Those are the last words he spoke to me when I asked him if he was worried I would share my story about what he had relayed to me. The book, which I had never heard of, nor the author, was a book titled Tesla and the Pyramid by Jennifer Brown. Sounds like a good read. I tried to find anything on the internet about the author, but seems like it's their first and only book. So I read the book, spoilers ahead. Yeah, I know where this is all going. I already know where this is all going. Listen, work at the Department of Defense. You can have all your schizo time you want after you get off work, right? Doesn't mean that you've seen anything classified pertaining to this being real. Fuck no, right? It's written as historical fiction. Right before the first page, a note reads, all locations, archaeology, mythology, symbols, and speculative scalar physics are accurate and real. All organizations depicted exist and are based on real groups, although some names and circumstances have been changed. At this point, I'm enthralled. Oh, that's when I'd be close in the book. The book uses a fictional story to describe supposedly real-life organizations and history that has been covered up. The book's central plot, without getting into unnecessary details, revolves around the core idea that humanity's history is a lie and advanced civilizations predate known history, with evidence erased to hide recurring pole shifts and a weakening of our magnetic field that causes global resets approximately every 12,000 years. Okay, so without stuttering it, that's typical fucking bro meme from the last 10 years. Anyone who's watched Joe Rogan, right? Anyone who's kept up with Joe's podcast the last 10 years has ran into Randall Carlson. They ran into Robert Schoch. They ran into Graham Hancock, which are like the biggest episodes. And that is the fucking whole meme, right? That's Fingerprints of the Gods. That's Randall's whole meme, everything. Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. It goes into pretty extreme detail with certain physics involving Tesla's stolen work up until his death, and how ancient sites like the Giza complex, Göbekli Tepe, and pyramids in China, as well as Latin America, are much older than commonly accepted dates, and have to do with the constellations of stars that align during certain time periods. Yep, typical alternative ancient history is what it's known as by mainstream archaeology. I'm not a fucking archaeologist, but I would bet too that sites like Pumapunku, those other sites listed here, Machu Picchu, they all have origins going way back into the Ice Age. That's Fingerprints of the Gods. It's been around for 30 years. Upon the news of possible subterranean structures and pyramids, I found this interesting. It talks about how there are subterranean chambers of like mercury for rotation to generate piezoelectric energy, and the overall structure is a scalar wave resonator to tap zero-point energy from what Tesla and Isaac Newton were obsessed with what they called the ether. Yeah, basically using the pyramid as an electric power grid, unlike today's wired alternating current that ensures billions make money from electricity and energy usage. Are they? I mean, now it's a little bit, we've run into a serious issue with energy generation, actually. But yeah, despite the fun ancient history and the discovery of hidden locked away physics, the book's real emphasis is the entire cover-up of known pole shifts. Oh, Jesus Christ. That wipes out civilizations and essentially starts a rebuild of civilization and humanity, and the lengths that people will go to ensure it doesn't get out. Lie, deceive, cover up, slander, and at worst murder. Oh God, we're getting into old Uncle Jim's territory here now. A clanker wrote this, a tin skin if I may. Brother, the insults are coming in for the AIs, aren't they? That's unbelievable. That's not going to be safe for work language soon. The old rotating mercury trick, brother. Yeah, the Egyptians, well, the Anunnaki had it figured out 30,000 years ago. According to the book, the Sumerian Kings List and the ancient Egyptian timeline of Zeptepi, etc., weren't fake, and human history has existed for far longer than modern academic consensus suggests. Almost certainly. Yeah. Well, was it our civilization? Probably not. Was it somebody else's? Possibly. An ancient priest told Plato that periodic cataclysms repeatedly destroy Greek knowledge, and they are like children among the Egyptians. Yes. The direct quote in Timaeus and retold in Critias by Plato, the age of our institutions is given in our secret records is 8,000 years. O Solon, Solon, you Hellenes are never anything but children, and there is not an old man among you. Yes, I've read that out here many times. Yeah. That's from the Timaeus. Yeah. The Critias is the retelling of how the Atlantean civilization fell that preceded the Greeks and Egyptians. The Turin King List of Egypt has a papyrus from the reign of King Ramses II containing over 200 names from mythical gods to the 19th dynasty, grouped into similar dynasties similar to Manetho's later divisions. It records lengths in years, months, and days. The earlier section lists divine and semi-divine rulers. Column 1 features gods like Ra, Set, Osiris, Horus, Thoth, and column 3 finally transitions to early human kings. The combined totals are cited to be around 3,600 years total. Yeah. The Sumerian Kings List is very similar, where it starts with accepted mythical divine kings and eventually transitions to human rulers. The most interesting part of the Sumerian Kings List is a line, and then the flood came. Yeah. So they're called antediluvian. So before the flood, kings had rain periods measured in something called Sumerian shars or sars, depending upon where you were. I think it's shar in Sumeria and sar in Babylonia. But it's anywhere from, depending upon who you ask in Mesopotamia, 200,000 to 400,000 years is how far they go back. And Sitchin, Zechariah Sitchin, based the orbit of his Nibiru, which supposedly was causing the pole shifts, according to him, at 3,600 years because the Sumerian Sar or Shar was a significant number to them. It was a holy number, 3,600. It doesn't make sense in terms of celestial mechanics, but it made sense in the context of his book, The 12th Planet. Again, I've swallowed all this slop and sifted it for a long time. Got all the flavors out of it. Let's see here. In conclusion, I was given no further context, no answers. So this guy watches Joe Rogan. You could come to that potential conclusion, yeah. No direct responses or follow-ups from my questions I've since asked. He simply sent me this book. He knows I have an immense interest in this all, and he's very close with my wife. And I don't believe he would intentionally fool me to this level, as he has no need to. He's a very professional man who takes his work very seriously, and this was the only time I've had ever talked to me about the subject. I have nothing else to back it up. I'm just a regular person, but I choose to believe what he told me the first night. Well, you don't want to believe anything. I mean, and in this mystery book eerily matches up with what he told me that night. And the real thing, new thing that the entire reason for the cover-up is not about otherworldly beings, not even about the tech. While all that is important, what? The only real new thing was that the entire reason for the cover-ups is not about otherworldly beings, not even about the tech. While this is important, the true reason for the entire cover-up is what they've discovered to be true, and that every so often Earth cleanses itself in a devastating cataclysm, and we're due. Yeah. Well, old Jim here's gone over that a little bit too occasionally. Now, I don't fucking know that, but if we were placing bets, My bet would be that has something pretty big to do with all of it. And it might even have to do, well, you got to think that if those breadcrumbs that you sift through all of these different ancient accounts are true, speaking of this, if the government has talked with aliens, right, which we don't know that for sure, but if they have, what do you think they told them, right? I mean, if they've been around here for a long time or a while, even a couple thousand years, they may know full well what's going on. So what's the first conversation they had with them maybe? And, you know, there's woo out there that I'm not going to reference directly that that speaks to that, I guess. But, yeah, that's the big dirty, potentially. But anyway, it would explain why so many billionaires are building extreme doomsday-like bunkers. Jeff Bezos is building an extreme monument clock that is meant to tick and reflect not days, not weeks, but thousands of years. Anyone who discusses this event, like Graham Hancock, is met with extreme hostility for other reasons. The authorities in Egypt will not allow much of the needed study around the Giza complex. That's also for other reasons. Göbekli Tepe was also completely shut down and covered with trees, despite it being the oldest discovery in human history. That also is kind of like, It just so happens to defy the modern academic consensus in human development. You would think that there would be a little more curiosity, wouldn't you? I find it odd, as it's been mostly dismissed and not talked about. It's because it's still in its infancy, ultimately, I think. I don't know if there's necessarily a conspiracy around this, although, again, if people in government somehow figured this out, or the elite figured this out somehow, then yeah. But I think for most of academia, it's just in its infancy. We forget, like, was it just 130 years ago we translated Plato's works? I mean, maybe 160, but it wasn't that long ago. Like, we're very new, objectively new to a lot of these different accounts. Nobody has properly gone through all of these different stories and sifted. That's what Graham was trying to do, right? And they accused him of being a white supremacist, but nobody's gone through and collected all these different creation myths around the world. Nobody's synthesized everything. Our culture now, our academics have become extremely hyper specialized into these different specific areas, and they're never looking top down at everything that's happening. They're honed in on their one little thing. Like, I look at fucking goat's teeth and whale bones on this island off Cyprus. It's like, and it's like, oh, well, you can't be talking about all these stories. It's like, well, no. Like, you know, good. I'm glad you're doing that. That's wonderful. But, you know, the role of journalists and writers is to collect all these stories. We as a culture haven't really properly digested any of this. It's too much. It's been too much. So that's my take on it personally. Although there could very well still be a conspiracy by an elite few, but generally speaking, I don't think there's a conspiracy by academia against this idea. It's that it's just too new. And, well, the giant thing is another connecting thread to this whole mystery, which gets into lost civilization of another group of people. But same thing, I mean, they've just been extremely ignorant and stupid personally. But there's not a lot of evidence around pertaining to it, at least that they have access to. So it's a new idea. It's new, right? And you have to approach that carefully. I do feel internally this way. His way of communicating to me the answers I seek without actually saying anything. It's like a riddle. I mean, I found it very odd this book exists with seemingly nothing about it or its author. It was a good read. I wanted to give an update to people who had asked follow-ups with him, as I've been silent on it for long. Okay, interesting. I find the entire subject fascinating because it all seems to blend together. Ancient mythology, civilizations, even entire species were wiped out, like the dinosaurs, Atlantis. The Aztecs said it came from Atslan, however you pronounce it. Yeah, it's like their version of Atlantis. The Hindu Vedas, Atala, Egyptians, Atlan, the Greeks, Atlas, Phoenicians, Atlanteans. Yeah. Sorry, so he's just going through all the different terms for these. There's coincidences that they're all these. It's the same group, all these other cultures and names for, yeah. 0 Point Energy, cover-up of human history, NHI, catastrophic cataclysms. I wish I had more answers or info, but I thought it was intriguing to share to anyone who is open-minded. Look into these things, yeah. Well, interesting, again, yeah, this, for people that have been looking into this for a long time, and it naturally goes into that area, yeah. And that's what you get into. I think for anybody else watching that wants to actually go deeper into this kind of stuff with somebody who was a fairly accredited academic with sources, and Emmanuel Velikovsky was who started this inquiry into all this almost 100 years ago. So back in the probably 1930s, 1940s, he started researching this. And his book came out in 1950, and it was about a cataclysm, and that in Earth's history there. Now his wasn't really about a periodic cataclysm, but that's effectively what you get to, that periodically there are cataclysms on Earth pertaining to something, whether it's a planet like Nibiru, whether it's the sun, whether it's some other broader galactic cycle. I mean, I would probably bet it's some kind of celestial object other than the sun, because the sun, although there might be some periodicity to its cycles, seems to be a little bit random at times. If it's something that happens periodically, it's probably something that's orbiting in our solar system, right? What goes around comes around. So it's every 12,000 years. If it's every 26,000, 25,000 years, right? Like the zodiacal cycle, who knows, right? Nobody knows for sure at the end of the day. No one has all the answers to this, except the remote viewers. But I mean, we can't really, actually, they don't either. They don't either. Nobody knows what exactly this is, right? I've thrown out ideas here endlessly about this, but interesting. Good. I mean, you know, I thought I actually didn't know what the fuck this is about. I just pulled this up and I didn't even remember what this would. I remember the post about him talking with his buddy there, but you know, there's tons of people out there who for all walks of life, right? Doesn't matter if he works at the Department of Defense, doesn't matter if he's in the Air Force, doesn't matter if he works at the 7-Eleven. I mean, there's people who are interested in this topic and they're researching it behind the scenes and they're trying to put a puzzle together, and it's very intriguing and interesting and tantalizing and titillating. It's all those things and more, you know, but, yeah, interesting. Yeah, what did he say here? Thanks for taking the time to read this. If I share anything more going forward, if I get more info on the truth, yeah. The good news is that, what did you say? This book makes it seem like a really bad event is coming. That's everything in history points towards that. Yeah, all these different ancient accounts point towards that. But the problem is we don't know when, right? And we don't know what's causing it, and it could be 1,000 years from now, so... Yeah, according to him, the first night, our souls are real. Us and our bodies are nothing more than a vessel. So our physical death is nothing more than a meat sack decaying, but we won't die. Pretty heavy stuff. This guy's just... This brother just watches a lot of old Joe. Listen, I like Joe. Smoke fucking couple joints, sit down with a nice drink, listen to Joe meme on shit over the years, like while I'm playing World of Warcraft or something. That was a great night. A bottle of wine even. That was a great night. Like, listen to Randall podcast, Graham's podcast. Awesome. Super insightful. Brilliant. Right. Very philosophical. And it's all this esoteric shit's fun. And it's a part of it. And I don't know. Fuck. Yeah. Amen, brother. Yeah. The good times, right? Back when WoW was good. WoW was good. Back in the day. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, I it's interesting. It's good to see more people. People are new to these kinds of topics. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I do what I do here. Although I don't really make content on this, it's in an easily digestible format. Just occasionally I'll ramble off about a bunch of slop, right? But I do know a little bit about this argument because I've read about it for many years. So I know the ins and outs of it fairly well. But at the end of the day, nobody has all the answers on this. I'd be very surprised in regards to this, unless the global elite or the government early on talked with literal fucking aliens, if anybody figured any of this out. History, when you read through some of it, deep history, you talk to any properly scholarly people, not like myself, proper scholars that sift through these ancient accounts, it's a fucking mess. It's a telephone game. It's a disaster. And trying to ascertain when the cycle is, when it would happen, you're not going to, right? So even if they did have any kind of an idea about something that causes these cataclysms, which I've talked about here before, potentially it being a very large comet, even a comet planet, like Planet 9, has something to do with this possibly. We're not going to learn anything about its orbit, or you're going to have a really hard time doing that. So it's for fun, and I personally don't think that anybody in the government's figured it out either. But I don't know that. But just because your cousin's, your sister's, you're married to your sister, your wife's cousin is in the Department of Defense. This seems like Joe Rogan memes. It's still interesting, but yeah. Race to world first starts tomorrow. Does it? And what? Oh, is it Mr. Pandaria? Or is that in the, that's in the, that's a retail, right? I've been on retail, actually. We were playing a little bit, actually, man. Me and Yelling TV have been playing it a little bit. I was going to do MOP, but I was like, I've been through this. Yeah. Okay, well, I'm going to do, yes, it did. Yeah, I was fucking around in Delves and stuff too, yeah. Yeah, I know a lot of people, a lot of the content creators are on MOP, and I'm just like, I know for people that don't know, the expansion Mr. Pandaria was like one of the best PvP expansions ever. But I've been there, man. I don't give a shit about going to relive. Other than Classic, which I actually didn't get a chance to play back in the day. I mean, I didn't give a shit about any of their expansions to relive them. Like, I want to move forward. Like, I don't want to play, unless you do like a Classic Plus and they take the more RPG focused elements of the game and then they move forward with. I would come back and play for that. If they were going to go forward in a new direction with Classic, I'd be on that 130,000 fucking percent. But I knew they were going to do this, so I didn't even bother really playing Classic. So they essentially just let it die. I was like, well, that's a waste of my fucking time. If I play an MMO like that, it's an investment. It's a long-term investment, right? I'm not going to just play for the server to go down. I don't like leveling like every fucking time. Like, anyway. It's not a WoW rant. Apocalypse rant. I'm going to talk about that again later. I got other shit up here pertaining to that. Ancient civilizational warnings and blah, 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 and lost races of people and all this stuff. Fun shit. This is the stuff that I personally love reading about in my spare time and have loved reading about. So this is a really interesting thing, actually, I was going to go over a little bit later, but this haplogroup X, who were the Atlanteans, right? If there was this lost group of people, specifically, who were they? And if they're talking about in ancient cultures, what did they look like? And were they from the same group of people? And no, I don't think so, actually. My bet would be they're not. They were a different race of man, was where it trends to. Honestly, when you get down the bottom of that fucking slippery, sloppy rabbit hole, is they weren't the same. They were another race of humans, is where I think we probably would end up. And there's too many anecdotes supporting that from ancient history and different cultures, that they were another group of people that were a little bit larger in stature than us, but effectively, aside from that, looked identical and ended up just kind of like other different groups of people, like the Neanderthals, Homo Frentes. They bred into us and probably went extinct, and they're gone now. It can get weirder. Were they from Earth originally? I don't know. Were we from Earth originally? We think so, but were they? I don't know. Does it get weird? It could, right? The possibility that it could. But anyway, that's for later. It's for later. Spicy meat for later. We're gonna let it ferment for another couple hours, right? I started doing sourdough bread again. I was buying sourdough bread from this really great guy, but he didn't make it for a week and I ran out. I was like, fuck. Like, I can't be relying on somebody else. So I'm making a starter now. I'm doing my starter again. Takes about a week. You just get a good unbleached organic flour, some water. You just put it in the jar and just let it out on the counter. And then natural yeasts in the air get into it. Or they're in the flour anyway, I think. And it activates. And after a week, it really gets going and you start feeding it the flour. And that's how you start it. So you leaven your bread with this sour flour. And it's awesome shit. I used to love doing it. I've shown my pictures before of my bread. It was pretty good. It's a lot of fucking work though. A hack with it is that you can put it in the fridge, because the hard part is keeping the starter alive. It's kind of expensive. It can be a lot of flour. So when you're not using it, you put it in the fridge and it slows it down, like get it cold as shit. And then you can feed it like once a week, maybe even 2 times a week. And then if you want to do the bread twice a week, it's much easier. But anyway, I should document that experience. When I'm making the bread, I'll take a video of it, maybe post it on Instagram or something. You can see Jim's bread. Made it in my personal yeast. Collected off myself. Yeah. Hell yeah. I can sell it. People can get it. I don't think, no one's tried that one yet. Although they probably have. Probably some perverts out there have collected yeast off of some people and made bread out of it. Oh, fuck. I guess you never know. Maybe the guy's buying my bread from, that's what he did. Got it off himself. Started making, the bread was literally him. Tasted good though, so I'll probably come back for seconds either way, right? Why the fuck not? On location with Dr. Keith Taylor on UFO detection equipment. This is kind of cool. I didn't watch it, but I read through the thing. A short but fascinating clip featuring criminal justice educator Dr. Keith Taylor as he discusses as he discusses the latest in UFO detection equipment. Filmed on location in Robert Moses State Park, a scenic stretch of Long Island's coastlines. There you go. This is the Tedesco brothers here. Oh, sorry, no, it's not. It's set up next to the Tedesco brothers. I thought they were in the video. Anyway, kind of cool. Educated gentleman out looking for aliens. Amaranth made beer out of her vag yeast. Whew. And these motherfuckers went and drank that with pleasure, I'm sure. These fucking perverts, man. Should I make some bread out of mine? Although it'd be hard to get it, but you know, there's ways to acquire it, I guess. Should be my angle actually? Would people buy my bread? Holy fuck. Have a nice kick to it, you know? Spicy kick to it. Put some honey butter on it. Lather yourself up with it. Brother, what the fuck is this? Oh my heavens, they're here. Okay. That's quite the intro.
Keith Taylor,
Yes.
always great to be with you.
I'm glad to see you again, Martin,
Yeah.
as always.
So here we are.
We're at Robert Moses State Park with the Tedesco brothers.
Yeah, I was gonna say they're right there.
One of the
The Tedesco boys, the brothers, are two technically inclined gentlemen that are out trying to actually collect hard data off of these UAPs, right? Because as of now, we don't have any really hard physical evidence pertaining to them, aside from a lot of anecdotes. Well, the military UFO videos that were released are fairly hard data, although people try and debunk them endlessly, but they're just fucking imbeciles. So that's a fairly hard accounting. Now, we don't have any data pertaining to those, but if you were able to collect hard data off one of these UAPs, that's a big deal. So they have this crazy camper set up. They're every night they're out there, for Christ's sake, doing this. So this guy's out there with them, which is very
main
interesting.
reasons that I'm fortunate enough to spend time with them is we do have a proposal under consideration by the Naval Postgraduate School for publication in their magazine Echo. They're having a special one on UAP, and so we are out here working hard to make sure our paper gets due consideration.
Oh, great.
So
Yeah.
our paper focuses on two key components of homemade devices that were made to measure anomalous activity. This is a
Very interesting.
millimeter wave radar, a Doppler radar.
That's
And-
a Doppler radar right there?
Yeah, it's a portable millimeter wave radar. It's got a recorder to record the sounds that it makes.
Wow.
The operator uses headphones to listen to anything in the sky that may look unusual.
Crazy.
And that we gather data from that information. And that's data that we can use a spectrum analyzer and computer back in the vehicle to see what we can find out. Enough data and you can develop patterns. And enough patterns you can start developing policy. And so we're information poor in the criminal justice field when it comes to dealing with anomalous activity, especially the mystery drones that people are very familiar with.
Oh, yeah.
So this is one of the things that is going to be featured in our paper. The second thing is this multimodal, multispectral detector. And it looks at a number of different things. UVABC, which is ultraviolet light, the different types of ultraviolet light. In particular, UV. Is it UVC or UVA that is the one that is completely invisible but harmful to us?
UVC is the
Dangerous one.
and it's most UVC is blocked by the cloud layers. And all.
That's right.
But
yeah,
that's something that's emitted by a plasma or electron arc.
that's right. And so this
Interesting.
will measure UVC and also shortwave infrared. And so with that, those are ways to develop information about anomalous things that we come across. Certainly in the law enforcement field, there are plenty of incidents that have been reported, and even many more that probably have not been reported, where these devices may help bring clarity to law enforcement. And hopefully we can develop best practices and look at ways that we can not only detect them, but also avoid any harm to us, to officers, or to the general public that we're supposed to protect and serve.
Interesting, yeah. Very intriguing. Obviously, there have been incidents where people were injured by UFOs. Cash Landrum, although that may have been one of ours, honestly. They got cooked by it. Big blast of exhaust went over their vehicle and sounded like a military experiment with a nuclear-powered, like, craft or something. And Yeah, ended up scorching a lady, I think her daughter and her stepmother or her mother-in-law. But interesting memes. Okay, yeah. Listen, for people that aren't aware this is going on, I hope these guys end up documenting something. I hope they get something. I mean, they've got the know-how, they got the technology. All they need are for the aliens to play ball, if that's who they are out there, right? Undoubtedly, if they're as advanced as we suspect they may be, they're probably aware of these efforts. So then maybe they can go fuck themselves if they still haven't shown up, right? If they're aware we're trying to capture them and they know there's a spot they could show up to and provide some very high quality data to these gentlemen so that we would know definitively if they're there, they clearly have no interest in doing so. I mean, it goes for a lot of different people trying to study the phenomena. Like, you know, why is it such a hard time to get any kind of quality data around them? And it could just be the nature of the phenomena, and we're not supposed to get that kind of data, right? It's be too upsetting. Maybe they don't want to be seen by us. And if they're advanced enough, that could very possibly be something they could do, right? So anyway, you never fucking know. You never fucking know. I don't know if I want to play that video. Honestly, I don't want to. Yeah, we've already kind of went over this. This is this Chris Bledsoe guy that was on Danny Jones' podcast. I'm done with Chris Bledsoe. I can't stand the guy. I think he's making a cult. And I mean, not to be a dick, but I kind of thought that initially. He had that energy. I forget what the guy's name was from. What's his name again? Fuck. Damn, the Heaven's Gate cult guy. He's not quite that crazy, but he does give me the way he talked. He looks way crazier. Sorry, Chris. That's not really fair, but he is the same kind of like demeanor, and that he refused to provide data of an object he saw recently that he had was just very concerning, and that he just wants people to believe in his shit. So, Marshall Applewhite, yes. He was crazy last night. He said just the whole package was crazy, man. Once in a generation crazy. Well, maybe not though. Well, that was technically a generation ago, wasn't it? So this Chris can end up being our new Applewhite. Dunno. He has a nice family. His son seems they seem nice, right? I don't want to be a dick, but they got to sit down with dad and be like, listen, not every light we see in the sky is the white lady coming back to talk to you again. Like, there's a lot of shit up there. For nobody that's paid attention over the last 5-6 years, we've doubled the amount of satellites and trash up in orbit. So there's a lot of stuff flying around. And you just have to know, like, it cheapens a real experience when you have people being like, oh my God, they're coming back again. And it's just a fucking satellite. And you're refusing to provide like date, time, location so we can definitively know whether or not that's what it was. If it wasn't a satellite, that's crazy. Fuck yeah. Throw that in the bucket of like good slop, right? If it's a satellite and you thought it was a white lady, you got you baited, right? Like, you're delusional a little bit. You guys take a step back, right? From the Kool-Aid. He's slowly walking towards the Kool-Aid jar is what Chris is doing. And I desperately don't want him and his children to have a sip. Right? We're trying to prevent that from happening by being logical and reasonable and rational. Anyway, this is just fucking, it's just, this is kind of slop too. I don't know what I'm talking about. It's just a guy who was promoting Chris was a guy named Tim Taylor, who was the feature of Diana Pasulka's first book, who was this guy that works within NASA and all these other agencies, who is an interest in woo. And then Uri Geller tells the story that Werner von Braun had showed him a piece of a crashed craft or something. And Edgar Mitchell was there with him. And I don't believe 95% of what comes out of Uri's mouth. And Chris, to me, doesn't seem like I don't know if he's making up stories about Tim Taylor, but I mean, again, just because you're working within these highly classified areas doesn't mean you can't go off the deep end sometimes. Right, that can happen. You can go off the deep end. It's just fuck anyway. So, you know, I don't. At the end of the day, I don't know the Chris. Maybe Chris did have a real experience. I'm never going to go to somebody like Chris, like some of these other hardline asshole skeptics will do, and be like, "Oh, we probably just hallucinated it." That's such a stupid fucking thing to say. All right, you don't know that. And people that try and attribute all of these strange experiences just to hallucinations all the time don't understand the nature of hallucination, right? Sane, rational people that have never had anything like that happen before to them don't just randomly hallucinate something that vivid, right? They've tried to invoke that with all kinds of UFO sightings. It's just just asinine nonsense. So maybe he did have a real experience. The problem, though, what happens with people sometimes when they have that is they keep trying to relive it. And psychologically, I can only imagine the damage that would kind of do if you had real experiences like that. And I've seen far too many communicators that may have had real experiences go down the fucking schizo rabbit hole. And then what happens is they get some things wrong, they embarrass themselves. And what happens is instead of just facing that and being objective, they build walls around themselves. And they build a cult. Like Nancy Leader is another great example of that. Same thing. She built walls around herself. She had a community of people, community of yes men, yes ma'ams, whatever, around herself. And it's just a straight up cult now. And she's just delusional. Same thing. Maybe she had a real experience when she's younger. I don't know. Maybe she did. But they avoid the harshness of like reality, and they create these echo chambers. Same like content creators on this platform kind of do sometimes. They create echo chambers around themselves and wonder why everyone else doesn't like them. Like, you gotta be objective with yourself and with these experiences. And if you're unwilling to do that, I'm not drinking your fucking Kool-Aid, pal. Fuck that. Not for me. We got the slop bucket here. That's what you have to live with. I meant to read this article. How long is it? Is it like new information, or did Chris write this? Oh. Is it relevant? Who owns the unknown when private hands hold technology not of this earth? Who decides what happens next? The UAPDA has an answer. This is about this new legislation that was proposed, or is rumbling. The rumblings are going on about it, where it might be proposed. I don't know, has been proposed or not, or desperately don't want it to be shot down. But this is a good TLDR for why. For people, those of you in the States, you can call your local representative and say, you better fucking vote on this. You better vote for this, right? Imagine this. A private landowner discovers something buried deep beneath the surface of their property. It's not oil, gold, or a rare fossil, but something entirely foreign. A piece of machinery, perhaps. Advanced, intact, entirely unexplainable. It appears to be manufactured, but not by any known earthly process. It does not match the signature of Russian, Chinese, or even American technology. It is exotic, inexplicable, and possibly not of human origin at all. What happens next? Does the landowner get to keep it? Auction it to the highest bidder? Lease it to a defense contractor or a foreign state? Does the government step in, invoke national security, and confiscate the technology of unknown origin without due process or compensation, never to be seen again? The scenario is no mere thought experiment. The U.S. Senate has now, for the third time, introduced the Disclosure Act, legislation designed to pierce through 80 years of secrecy, disinformation, and scientific suppression surrounding the subject of UAP or UFOs. One of its most vital and controversial provisions is its explicit affirmation of the applicability of the right of eminent domain. Opponents of the UAPDA have zeroed in on this provision. They argue it threatens property rights and creates a dangerous precedent for federal overreach. But these objections collapse under scrutiny. In truth, the eminent domain clause is the linchpin that makes lawful UAP disclosure possible. Without it, we risk continuing a shadow system of secret seizures, constitutional violations, and secret stagnation. Let's be clear, eminent domain is not a novel or unchecked power of our local, state, and federal governments. Instead, it is a deeply rooted legal principle in American constitutional law. What the Constitution's Fifth Amendment provides is not the denial of that right, but a granting of that right and its regulation through due process, and which goes on to assert one of the required aspects of due process is the taking a property solely for public use with just compensation. The UAPDA need not define just compensation. The legal requirement for fair compensation in any lawful taking under eminent domain is already firmly established in precedent and practice. Importantly, the exercise of eminent domain can be contested in court, providing a clear check on government power, unlike covert seizures under the guise of national security, which offered no such judicial review or recourse. The UAPDA merely renders a specific process already governed by over a century of constitutional law. In that spirit, the UAPDA's eminent domain provision explicitly enables the proposed UAP Records Review Board to exercise eminent domain lawfully over recovered technologies of unknown origin with no known means of human manufacture, biological evidence of non-human intelligence, or the media associated with TUO, NHI technology, or biology. It does not allow for arbitrary or capricious confiscation of any item that is lawfully the property of any non-government person or entity. The provision is constitutionally sound. So what happened before was it got gutted by Mike Turner and other people for that very reason, because they were concerned about it. Some people were saying that they're playing games because ultimately they were backed by the very aerospace companies that possibly hold these materials and have been involved with keeping this secret, right? So, but this is one of the ways they tried to weasel themselves in here and say, oh, no, you can't have this, right? Which then when they got it, they were unable to actually go and get those. It was with Dave Grushis who helped them, I'm assuming, too. Carl Nell and others helped them word this to where they can get this stuff from the aerospace companies. Jim's Jam Bakeries, local sourdough bake with love, brother. That's a good name, actually, isn't it? Yeah. I won't tell anybody where the yeast comes from, but they'll come back to me and say, it has a nice spice to it. You know? It has a nice spice to it. We won't tell them the chewy bits inside either, right? Like, the guy I got it from, he just had like these seeds and stuff in there. I was like, I don't know. I didn't know what it was. I was like, I'm assuming this is just like, he just randomly would throw stuff in his loaves. And it'd just be a surprise as to what it is. We put surprises in there for people too, right? Like mushrooms and stuff like that. Yeah. Tangy in the back of the throat. Yeah. Take Sean on a trip. Take Sean on an adventure. You think you're going to work today. You had Jim's spicy bread. If you're not going anywhere, you're sitting the fuck down, right? Take a load off, right? Fuck work. Yeah. Have some bread. Retired Army Colonel Carl Nell, in a recent paper for the Soul Foundation, offered 8 compelling reasons why the UPDA's eminent domain provision is essential to any lawful disclosure process. These included the provisions would, 1, ensure the URRB under congressional oversight cannot be legally denied access to recovered TUO, established ownership precedent for non-human property, 3, provide uniform protective measures for consolidated and centralized all available evidence for systematic study, 5, enable a deterministic and expeditious disclosure pathway, 6, afford transparency to the public, 7, restore equity for the greatest public good not motivated by commercial interest, and 8, facilitate safe introduction of derived technologies into the stream of commerce. There you go. Nell's point about oversight is critical because the issues extend beyond a lone landowner. There are credible allegations supported by sworn whistleblower testimony before Congress that elements within the government may have previously transferred recovered TUO to private aerospace defense contractors. Those secret transfers appear to have possibly been deliberately structured to avoid congressional oversight, placing potentially paradigm-shifting materials into the hands of corporations bound not by the law, but by classified contracts and compartmentalized secrecy. Facilitated by the global elite. Yeah. Without eminent domain, Nell argues there is no statutory pathway to recover materials that may have been improperly or secretly transferred to select private entities outside the constitutional systems of checks and balances, potentially violating antitrust laws and federal acquisition regulations. Very interesting. Yeah. This is why the eminent domain provision of the UAPDA matters. It doesn't just protect against future concealment, it provides a constitutional mechanism to reclaim what was unlawfully sequestered in the past. It gives the independent URRB the authority to access and assess these materials according to the requirements of due process, not secrecy. It allows for structured compensation, scientific transparency, and public accountability. Consider the alternative. Without the right of our government to exercise its constitutional authority to assert eminent domain, there is no legal mechanism to prevent private landowners or private aerospace defense contractors from refusing access to materials of non-human origin. Owners or custodians could exploit them for profit, suppress their existence, or transfer them to hostile actors. Yes, like the global elite. No statute currently governs what happens if such an object is discovered in a vacuum. Corporations or individuals, knowingly or unknowingly, could come to possess extremely hazardous weaponizable technologies, and with them, these actors could destabilize markets or threaten international security, perhaps by accident. Yeah, hypothetically, I don't know. I don't know. We figured it out. The might of the U.S. machine. I don't think they figured it out, so I can't imagine that some Jim Bobs in the cave somewhere are going to do it. That legal void invites unilateral government action under the banner of national security without proper process or compensation. It's a UAPDA that offers protection, a constitutional process with oversight, transparency, and just compensation. To oppose this provision is not to defend liberty, rather it is to entrench secrecy, protect monopolization, and perpetuate the very stream the UAPDA seeks to reform. The UPDA, with its independent URRB, controlled disclosure campaign, and eminent domain clause, is the most constitutional, rational, and just approach to resolving the UAP secrecy crisis. If something truly is buried on someone's land, locked in a vault, or hidden under decades of deception, it's time we made sure it's handled not by profiteers or partisans, not by those two, but by a lawful process accountable to the people. This is what the UPD offers and why it should become law, including its eminent domain provisions. Yeah, I love that'd be great. I would love that. If only we lived in a world that was law and just, or just and righteous and lawful. The guy that introduced it is a massive dingus. So don't, Chuck Schumer, don't have a lot of faith that, listen, even with these amendments in this, the ability to go and get this stuff, there's a harsh reality out there. And it's that these aerospace companies, the military industrial complex, aren't shy of killing people and building weapons of mass destruction that kill people. And so the closer we get to possibly threatening the dominance and establishment of the global elite over all of us in our Western democracies, the more violent they're going to get. I would love, it'd be great. Pass it. Wonderful. Do I think we're going to get to the bottom of this? I don't know. I've said this before. I talk about this shit all the fucking time. I don't have a lot of faith we're going to get to the bottom of this. Aside from somebody releasing like a WikiLeaks level or a Edward Snowden-like situation with like deep secrets on this shit, or the aliens themselves coming down, I don't have any faith. I had a license for that sourdough. Yeah, fuck. Fuck. That's why you guys gonna move over here. Ideally not to Canada. I can't imagine we'll be far behind all of that, those memes. But for now, we're free. I mean, at some point, we're all just gonna unplug anyway. I think. God, it'll suck, but we're just gonna have to unplug and be like, all right. Then we'll start organizing in person, and then I'll really scare them, right? But will we though? That's the real problem. Listen, the truckers in Canada, they got together, right? Christ, I was ready to hop in my vehicle and drive up with them. I was pretty goddamn close around that time. I was just about ready to be like, fuck these idiots. And they froze their bank accounts, and I was like, oh, sorry, daddy. Sorry, daddy. Oh, sorry, daddy. Yeah, I didn't. I was like, oh. Oh. Yeah. Well, we have the courage to face this beast. You can unplug and be connected to the underground internet. There's enough open source out there to connect with friends these days. Yeah, fuck yeah, brother. There you go. You don't need to abide by their rules. We'll set up our commune, sourdough bread, kombucha, other fermented products. We'll make the kombucha extremely alcoholic, right? So like we get buzzed off it. Just weed farm, weed everywhere, mushrooms everywhere, right? We'll just be free finally. Yeah. Free of all of these tethers that hold us down, right? That keep us grounded. Why the fuck not? You know? Well, there's all kinds of yeast around. We can do all kinds of wonderful fermented things. Well, superior gut health. We will probably die though of some easily curable disease at some point, but our gut health, our digestion will be unbelievably good for maybe a couple months until that happens. Until winter hits, probably. And we die of the common cold or something, yeah. That's the dream. But hey, listen, that's probably not gonna work. I'm gonna make sure to pound your liver this Friday. Oh my God. I'm not getting that fucked up. Sorry to disappoint you, but yeah. Jim's gonna be, no, I'm not gonna be fucking mad. Listen, what you are gonna get me is a nice expensive bottle of, a little nice sip of whiskey though. We're putting that on the bill. 25-year-old, fucking $1,000, but no, I'm not gonna get that fucked up. We're gonna have a good night, you know? Maybe we'll go get some food later and yeah. It's whatever you, babe. Yeah. Hey, listen. Jim Union, this is my body, which I share with you. Take it in remembrance of me. Holy fuck. You, keep my starter alive. Keep my starter and my SCOBY alive, right? You got the big SCOBY jar for kombucha and you got my starter. That'll be the only piece of me left is my yeast, right? Brother, fuck. Eat my bread, my body. Holy shit. The part of the cult? God damn. Hopefully it doesn't get to that. Listen, I hope that we can reach out to them. And can we reach out to them through crop circles? That was the video I was going to watch here now as I go and grab my slop upstairs. Karen Alexander on That UFO Podcast, Crop Circles, Consciousness, and Mystery Lights. 30 plus years in the field, pun intended. Karen Alexander is one of the most experienced crop circle researchers alive, but she just dropped a masterclass on That UFO Podcast. From bent and blown nodes, oh my heavens, hinting at microwave level heating, to farmers leaving formations open for visitors, she explained why genuine circles stand up from the hoaxes. Come, Matrix Banks, yeah. You're welcome to come. Hell yeah. Come on down. Everyone can come. I don't care. It doesn't matter. I'm curious if some other people will show up, but we'll see. We'll see. But yeah, more the merrier. Fuck yeah, let's go. We'll go get some food and stuff too. I'll be fucking down. Yeah, hey, if only you guys live here, yeah. If only, well, a couple of you aren't too far away. Well, actually, no, most of you are pretty far away, aren't you? Yeah. Most of you are very far away, but yeah, a little get together, you know? Karen touched historic sighting, decline in formations, orbs, or light-cutting tractor engines, strange synchronicities linking human consciousness to the phenomena. She's not shy about the mystery. Some designs may be man-made, but others are way harder to explain. Look, there you go. Bent, normal, bent, and blown. So that can be our backs coming up this weekend here on the far right. Good times. God damn, that is blown out all right. So here, what are the differences? Crop circle expert. I'm not an expert on crop circles. I don't know a lot. I mean, I've watched lots of videos on them over the years. I would always follow the crop circle connector and see all the cool shapes that they do in the fields. Is it due to aliens? I don't know. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but it doesn't have to, does it? Right? So this little talk he has with her. Yeah, I'm curious. I haven't kept up to date on this, so I thought I would just go through this a little bit. And this guy I should be subscribed to him. That UFO podcast. He's another guy that started up just the last couple of years. I remember seeing him like right when he started. So excellent, proper content, properly curated content. Anyway, I'm gonna go grab some nachos that have been thrown together and fuck this mess. The fuck? Oh shit! I got something stuck in here. Anyway, fuck. I'll be back in a minute.
You know what? That shit you're talking is pretty racist, buddy. You should probably stop that.
The video just ran out. Oh, fuck, it's spicy. I just had one of these chips, Jesus Christ. Okay. Turn this down now to reasonable level. That's probably still a little bit much. Just light background. There we go. Light background music. Okay. Here we go. Let's go. I don't know how the fuck I'm gonna eat this. Giant bowl of nachos and salsa. From PEI, actually. Preserves. Oh, good. Preservative company or some shit. Good organic salsa. The barbecue chicken, peppers, some chips. Lime flavored chips. Anyway, yeah. Alright, what the fuck's this about? Exploring crop circles. Interesting.
Hi everyone, and welcome back to That UFO Podcast. My guest today is a returning guest and a researcher with over 30 years of experience in the UFO world with an expertise on the crop circle phenomenon. Love to welcome back Karen Alexander. Karen, how are you?
I'm good. Thank you for having me. I hope you're okay too.
I'm not bad. And it surprised me just mentioning before we hit record that it was 2 years ago, I think, the last time you were on.
Wow.
I don't know what happened that I didn't get you back on last year. Again, you're one of those folk we message now and again, don't we? Yeah. And I think it just never happened. And you get busy because, as we're going to talk about, crop circle this time of year, especially over the summer, it's a busy time. It's an exciting time, a lot going on, and that's what we're going to get into. And I also mentioned to you, huge response from the listeners, Karen, when I said I was going to have you on talking about crop circles. A lot of listener questions to get through, and I'm going to devote most of the time today to that. But I always have to ask to start off, Karen, give us a little bit of your own background. You know, who are you, what do you do, and how have you got to the point you've been so well entrenched in the UFO topic for so long?
So I'm Karen Alexander. I've been involved in the crop circle subject for over 30 years now, since I was in my early 20s. And also adjacent to that, the UFO subject as well, which I have a really keen interest in. My background is in counselling and psychotherapy, although I don't practice anymore. I'm partially retired, and I now run the Temporary Temples Crop Circle website with my other half, Steve, who's a photographer, and we've been on there. There is a record of 30 years of crop circles that we've flown over and visited and so on. So, yep, in a nutshell, that's it.
It's a great website, and the link is, of course, in the description, folks, and I would recommend you go and check that one out. But there are always folks new to the subject, Karen, getting involved, folks who are lapsed ufologists, or whatever you want to call them. Really simple question, but I think an important one to start off with. You know, what is a crop circle?
Yeah, it is a good question. Basically, a crop circle is a shape or design that usually occurs in a field of crop. The crop isn't mown or cut in any way. Usually it's flattened, and usually in a swirl, if the pattern allows, usually in a circular swirl. Of course, crop circles can be a lot more complex than just a circle. We've had many, many different shapes over the years. And sometimes the interiors, the crop can be woven or knotted, or all kinds of different things go on at ground level. So crop circle, it's a little bit of a misnomer these days, because of course, when the phrase was first thought of, crop circles were just that. They were sort of circles or groups of circles in in crop fields. And of course, they appear in many different crops. So wheat and barley are the main ones, particularly in the UK. But it kind of depends on where you're looking at them. So in the US, where they've had crop circles, it's often been in soya because that's kind of one of their main crops grown in the US. So yeah, and even in the UK, they're in rapeseed or canola. We've had them in linseed, in borage, in beans, all kinds of different crops. They're much rarer. It's usually wheat or barley, but they do occur in other crops as well.
I'm just going to bring up an image here. Again, for those on YouTube, I'm trying to put some more of this stuff in here, but for those on the audio platforms, it's the image of, you know, the wheat. And this is something that always interested me, and I hope this image represents it, Karen, because when I got into the UFO topic early on and looking up crop circles, they're one of those things that can be easily debunked in terms of, oh, that looks man-made for a variety of reasons. And even very intricate crop circles, I think you'll agree here, can be made by folks with relatively basic tools.
This was from I think it was a physicist, fairly accredited guy that looked at them early on back in the late 90s, early 2000s, and found this distinction, though, in some of the weirder circles, that there were readings coming off of the crops that they were not present in some of these other crops, where the stalks are broken. But in some of the more elaborate crops, it just appeared randomly, like some of the weirder anecdotes you hear from them. I've heard these, where there's like a police officer driving by a field, and he drove up the street, nothing there, drives right back, crop in the field, like impossibly quick. Or some of the other anecdotes you get, they're laid down like instantly. And in those instances, they're not blown out or they're not broken. Is the other thing. Sorry, I think the blown out ones are probably still the anomalous ones, but they're not snapped. So how well documented is any of that? I don't know.
However, there are some telltale signs that I've always found really interesting, and it tends to be with the angle of the wheat, how it's bent and how it's not broken. And also I've heard that these middle bits of the stalk, and you can correct me on what they're called, there's almost like a little pop, and it comes out, and that's meant to be due to radiation, high temperatures, which would be painstaking and nigh on impossible to do for someone to walk around and pop these all out. Can you talk around that element of it and what makes a genuine crop circle stand out?
So the picture that you're showing on the screen at the moment shows three different sets of stems. So we've got the normal, which is the control sample. Then we've got one that shows bent nodes. And the nodes are those little fleshy parts of the stem of the plant, basically where the water and moisture is stored. And these can become deformed in some crop circles. So the main work on this was done by an American biophysicist called William Levengood. And in fact, just this morning, I was listening to a lecture given by one of his lab assistants called Penny Kelly, which you can look up on YouTube, where she actually talked about some of the work that she assisted Levengood with. So that's a good place to start if you're interested in this kind of stuff. So there's bent nodes, and then finally you've got a third set there, which are blown nodes. And this is where, as you say, it's like those nodal points sort of pop from the inside out. And it was Levengood's opinion at the end of his work that this kind of effect was caused by some kind of microwave energy or radiation, and that the moisture in the plant was heated up for a fraction of a second, but it was enough to cause these effects and essentially to soften the plants for them to lie down. And you very often see with the bent nodes that they'll bend in the direction of the swirl of the crop. Sometimes some of the effects that you see in crop circles could be put down to phototropism, where when a plant lies down, obviously it wants to grow back towards the light. And so you can see effects where the crop starts to stand back up, and those nodal points will then be in the direction of trying to stand the plant again. But I've seen crop circles in the past, particularly those in very immature crops, say in very young barley when it's still very green, where if nobody walks inside them, the crops will actually grow back, and it'll be virtually impossible to tell that there was ever anything there. So that's one of the effects. There are many others to do with the growth speeds of the plants and also the yield of the seeds as well. There was I think a really good book, again, for people interested, by I think John Burke, who looked at the yields of seeds, not just from crop circles, but also around ancient sites in the UK as well, which showed that for some reason the seed heads were bigger, that there was a greater yield in seeds from crop circles and from ancient sites.
For people looking for loads more detail on the background of this kind of stuff, I'd suggest checking out our first interviews, Karen, so we're not repeating too much of the same thing. But for you, what makes a genuine crop circle when you get to the area, whether it's via helicopter, because obviously you're looking from above at the pattern, the intricacy, the size, what for you really makes it stand out?
Well, as you can imagine, it's a whole mix of things. So, I mean, one thing that, I would definitely say is that there isn't a 100% litmus test for a crop circle, because obviously the kind of research that was done with Levengood is it's labor intensive. It costs a lot of money to do. It's no longer being done. So there's all kinds of things. How it appears on the ground is one thing. I work very closely with another UK researcher called Dan Vidler, who spent years actually going in and looking at the crops at ground level and photographing and recording all the different things that he sees. So Dan would be one person I'd want to speak to. Other things, just, I don't know, it's very hard to kind of pin it down, but I would look at things like the geometry and design. I'd look at, is this something we've seen before, or is this something else, or is...
I think I was trying to look up, I'm like, what's the biggest crop circle ever? This is one of the contenders here. I've seen that one before. It was from... fucking year was it? 2001. It was not created by human beings. According to somebody. I mean... that's a hell of a project, one way or the other. I got this burned on my lower back, too. Fucking crap. Interesting. Like, these are the ones, some of these larger ones are the more anomalous ones, too. And these are where, like, some of the anecdotes are from, where supposedly they showed up overnight. Like, very quickly overnight. Like, they were laid down, like, almost instantaneously. And I don't think there's any like real solid documented evidence of that, but these are the types of circles where they pulled some of these stocks from to get them studied from. There was a bigger one that I can't remember. There's that butterfly one, which is huge, but there's another one that was even bigger than this. I think it did find it, did it? Yeah. Milk Hill, England, 2001. Crop circle. Where was it? Oh, was this it? Oh, this is it. This is literally it. Okay, I thought there was another one. Oh, so that is technically by skill the largest one ever. There was another one that was just equally as trippy. It was from like the mid 2000s. It was pretty insane. Fuck, I can't see it. Anyway, you can go on Crop Circle Connector. That has a bunch of them still
something
documented.
That we've never seen before and feels out of place. So lots and lots of different things, really. And the other thing is I try never to reach a consensus in a hurry.
Back in the day.
Whenever there's a season happening, I kind of just let it all unfold. I, get as involved as I can do. I speak to a lot of people that are also doing their work as well. And then maybe, at some point I might say, yep, I think this is the real deal, but it's certainly not something that I would do in a hurry. And as you say, it's, there are some tricksy people out there, and, and so I just find that I take my time with it. And also I'm prepared for the fact that I might be wrong at any point.
It's pretty objective. Karen, no one's wrong on this subject, as you know. Patience is very rare in the UFO topic, and I think many of us are guilty of snap judgments and putting things out or jumping to conclusions. And I try my very best to not do that too often, because you very often end up with egg in your face. I
like this guy's dwarven accent. I love the dwarves. As much as I wanted to be aliens, I wonder if these patterns mirror any mycelium network underground. Do mycelium networks form in sacred geometry patterns, perhaps a crops rooted or affected by underlying patterns, possibly over water, forcing them to bend when reaching saturation, but again, related to a pattern in the ground? Who knows, man? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we have no fucking idea. I don't think anybody knows, really. The only anecdotes that I've heard are those accounts from like police officers or farmers or people, passersby, who saw supposedly, and there's no real documented footage of this anywhere, I don't think. There's that video that floats around, but I don't think it's real, of these orbs in fields. Supposedly people have seen those too with these. People have seen even people in fields, like that run away at very high speeds, which is fucking, we was read over that account like a couple weeks ago, but it was from the early 2000s where this guy pulled over to the side of the road and noticed these strange gentlemen wearing this strange suits standing in the field, and he came up with them, and they turned around and then they looked at him, and he looked at them, and they looked at him, and then they just darted off at a super high speed away, like ran. Doesn't make any fucking sense. So people have noted that like there's all kinds of kind of woo-woo people that will go to these circles, bring their crystals, and they think there's like their like energy, the energy vortexes are created around them, and you can like tune into that. I don't fucking know, but maybe there's some other weird explanation, man. Yeah, there definitely has to be, I think. I mean, there's still a lot of them that are faked every year. I mean, 100%. There's tons of them. I don't know if the majority would be. Probably the majority are still just man-made. But there's those weird ones once in a while, supposedly, according to people like Karen, I guess.
A big crop of wheat springing back and smacking you in the face in your case.
Yep.
So you mentioned crop circle season. And again, this might be a really obvious question, but crop circle seasons, are they different throughout the world given time of year when crops grow? Talk about the actual season of a crop circle, and where are we in the UK just now?
Oh, here we go.
Yep.
I'm gonna jump around a little bit. So like this is interesting here. So here's an example of one here. Yeah.
To see what AI would make.
Oops.
Yeah.
That must be
they're
man-made.
no longer around. And the circles that they made for TV or whatever were a lot more simple than something like this. This is actually really interesting. I mean, one of the great ways of getting to know how easy or difficult something is to actually try and draw it yourself on paper. And the first thing that I would have difficulty with this is drawing the octagram, which is the 8-sided shape that goes around here, without drawing a circle first. If I was to draw this on paper, I'd want to draw the octagon in a circle so that I could do the
points,
get the angles and the sectors, the correct degrees. So that would be quite difficult to do for a starter. How do you do that accurately? So a lot of these are not as easy as they look. And also, if I remember rightly, there's some golden section proportioning going on in this particular circle. And it would also do something called squaring the circle, which is that where there is a circle or a square hidden within the design that have a similar or equal perimeter or area. So very often...
That's $1 million question, brother. Why wouldn't they give us something that's worth something? Well, that is literally it, though. Whether they're communicating through crop circles or they're communicating through channelers or even just flying around, they talk to the government. Like, why haven't they given us something that we can actually use? I mean, I don't know. That's a good question. Are they not allowed to? That's what some people in woo circles say, that they're not allowed to. That there's a rule set they have to follow and they're not allowed to interfere. And it's convenient, obviously, when you make a living channeling aliens and they're not giving you anything of any real importance aside from like, do better, treat the planet better, treat people better. It's like a Deepak Chopra novel. That's literally that's all of the channelers. I've sifted through all the SLOP. It's literally it. That's all they say. Some of them will go into more esoteric, like kind of metaphysical questions about reality. Like, are we living in a simulation? Yes, we are. That kind of stuff. But for the most part, it's all kind of like just basic woo, right? Like, which, whatever. Sometimes people, they need to hear that every morning. Like, you're worth something. Like, you're a soul in this universe. Like, you're something. It's like, yes, I am. Yes, I am. Whatever gets people off, whatever gets them going. But is it actual alien saying that? I mean, I don't know. Yeah. They're teaching us how to invent better fidget spinners. Look at that Beyblade. That does look like a sick fucking Beyblade. It's an octagon. It's a it is, brother, let it rip. Look at that. I just saw that right now, actually, when you said that. It's inside an octagon. It does look like a fucking Beyblade. I mean, that one doesn't seem like impossible to me that people can make that. People can do crazy shit, too. That's the other thing, right? Like, I think sometimes we do obviously, there are some things that are more difficult than others, like building a pyramid 4,500 years ago, the size of the Great Pyramid. But it almost kind of looks like maybe it's just the angle that it's at right now, but it doesn't look like it's perfectly set. That octagon looks off a bit to me. Maybe the aliens were drunk when they made that one. Yeah. Wu-Tang had liquid swords. We've got crop circle sized jaw Beyblades. Check yourself before you wreck yourself. God damn, brother, what the fuck? Interesting. Human consciousness in crop circle phenomena. Decline in crop circle formations. Wait, what? Are they declining? Uh-oh.
Almost. It was hard to deny that the human beings had played some part in that. So, yeah, two good books to read there.
Question from Toby. Toby says, "Hi Karen, I hope you're well. Do you have any insight into why the number of formations has declined so significantly over the past 5 years or so seasons? Whilst I find this sad this is the case, I'm also fascinated by this aspect of the..."
Could it be due to the lockdowns? That would be a strong correlation to a majority have been done by people. Would it not? It's just so when people were locked down, there's not as many crop circles when everyone's on lockdown. The aliens are in lockdown too, maybe.
Phenomenon as a phenomenon in itself. I would love to hear your thoughts. Thanks and best wishes, Toby from Guernsey.
Oh, hi, Toby. Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting thing. I mean, crop circles have always been up and down numbers wise. I mean, I remember 1993 was a particularly slim year when it came to crop circle numbers,
going back.
And then they began to build again, sort
Fucking
of
3
from
years
the
old back
mid-90s
then.
onwards. I think the apex of speaking number wise was probably around 2009, and then sort of after 2012 they sort of began a decline. I think 23 and 24 again were really lean years, not many around, but this year there's been an uptick again. So it's it is I mean, there could be many different reasons for it, perhaps even reasons that we've not even thought about, but it could also mean that perhaps we are maybe coming to the end of it. It's not an impossibility that one day it may stop. So again, it's
ahead of the Great Cataclysm. Yeah, the crabwood alien cropples. Oh, that's this one. I thought that was almost certainly fake, and this was a testament to like just how good you can do them. Was this by the Arecibo meme here where it showed up? I think it was. But so for people that don't know, there was a message sent out years ago, right? And this was essentially reiterated here. The message was a response, right? With a silhouette, obviously, of what the visitors looked like, which is your typical gray alien or reptilian, possibly, hard to say. But I thought this was. I don't think I'm gonna have claimed it, but I don't know. Yeah, exactly. There you go. It would be interesting to track rainfall against crop circle frequency to see if it's related. It would actually be hearing, yeah. This one struck me as one that was probably fake. Which again, even if that's an impressive fucking feat to do that. Especially the chart here that they would have accurately mapped. It's kind of insane. I can't recall the anecdotes with it. The crabwood alien crop circle. Where's ChatGPT here? Crabwood alien crop circle. It looks like a giant extraterrestrial holding a CD. Yeah. Location near Crabwood, Hampshire, England. Binary message in ASCII2 or whatever it's called. Beware the bearers of false gifts and their broken promises. Much pain, but still time. Believe there is good out there. We oppose deception. Conduit closing. Method, the shading in the alien's face was done via varying stock heights, creating a halftone effect. The disc was basically a pixelated spiral. Why it's weird. The technical precision is very high. The face's proportions are rendered as if from bitmap. The binary spiral is also correct and consistent, not common in prank circles. Pretty crazy. Likely explanations, human hoax. Yeah, with computer-aided design, GPS, and measuring tools, possibly, but a massive overnight task. It did appear overnight, I believe. Deliberate art, psyop, deceit, and alien warning narrative, non-human origin. For believers, it's a reply to the 1974 irreceivable message. Yeah, it ties in with the 2001 Shabolton face, an irreceivable reply, crop formations nearby. Yes, the 2001 Shabolton radio telescope fields got a face formation and a reply to a irreceivable message, including a depiction of a different DNA structure and altered solar system layout. Yes, that was another one as well. Crabwood came exactly 1 year later, almost like a follow-up message. You want to get map with the binary messages full encoding and any hidden patterns, so we wouldn't trust you to do that now. There are a few bits in there that some think were deliberate anomalies. That's where it gets juicy. Oh, but sure, map it out. Map it out. But first, did anyone ever come forward claiming it? I don't know. I thought they did. Yeah. Goddamn. Beware of alien offering gifts and conduit. Yeah. Speaking of the governments, maybe they could have told us when the cataclysm was coming. They just told the government, brother. That they just they came and they just talked with the government because they were completely convinced the government would tell everybody about it, right? Not just try and save themselves. Great strategy. Yeah. Here's the T. No mysterious alien brigade ever stood up and said, yeah, that was us. The closest thing to a confession is far more terrestrial, frankly, delightfully mundane. Well, no, but that's what I want. No, did anybody claim it? I thought there was somebody that claimed that they were. They think they're human-made. People debate that. There's one interesting human-level admission. Colin Andrews, a prominent researcher author in the crop circle world, claimed that the Crabwood Circle was commissioned by Disney via Touchstone Pictures as a promotional stunt for the film Signs, which came out around that time. They said it was executed by a London team of circle makers, but didn't spill names. It's a fake made to promote a movie. This is a well-known fact. I don't know if I heard that, but I heard that it was. Did it actually? Oh, see, that's kind of fucking funny then, huh? That'd be fucking hilarious. That would be. Oh my god. Would that? I feel like that would have come out though. That's so fucking good. If you get a big enough team together, you could absolutely do that. But you would need that kind of money to probably do it. Yeah. The other question is, how the fuck did they make it with so much detail? Yeah. Well, I mean, you'd have to have a couple trailers full of people with kit to do that overnight, and some top tier artists. But I'm assuming I presume it's possible. Yeah. Likely promotional stunt. Yes, human craft did no alien claims, but that's a. One person said, Colin Andrews, claimed that it was a circle commissioned by Disney. How did he come to find that, I guess? We could Touchstone Pictures for Signs. That'd be pretty, that's very close. Actually, what did the Signs aliens look like? I was going to say, because the face kind of looks like almost reptilian in it when you really look at it. I never heard that. I did hear that people were fairly convinced that it was, not quite. I don't know. They got this weird kind of like noseless face. No, it looks like a traditional gray alien, but that doesn't mean it isn't promotional. Yeah. Is that just an explanation from the government? Always fucking could be, right, bud? Never know. Are we gonna believe that shit? Dunno. Anyway, yeah, that's probably where we'll leave that one. But very interesting. Very interesting, nonetheless. Yeah. We should do a movie night on stream and watch Signs. It'd be sick. I'd love to. We'd have to do that on Kick though, HFX Pins. We'd have to do that on like Kick or something. Yeah. I think you can stream movies on Kick, pretty sure. I do stream on Kick, yeah. Show us a dog. Let's watch Signs. I don't know, Edgar's somewhere losing his mind. He's upstairs somewhere. Yeah. Fuck. I hadn't seen it. We just watched it not that long ago, but I hadn't seen it in so long. My God. But it was okay. It was better than I remembered it being, honestly, watching it again. We just watched, like probably 6 months ago, we just watched it again. Yeah. Or in Discord too. That's an option too, man. Yeah. I could do that as well. Yeah, it'd be kind of fun. Yeah. I think on Kick you can stream movies. It'd have to just literally be on Kick though. But, you know, I don't want to. Twitch is so particular with those kinds of things. But yeah. Fuck yeah. I can't remember it well, but Train Beast hasn't because he said he was too scared. What the fuck? He's too scared he didn't watch it. Holy shit. God damn. Well, yeah, we could do it at some point. Yeah. Well, I wouldn't be opposed to that. Probably on the weekend sometime on Kick we could do it. Yeah. I'll have to look into it. I think you can do it on Kick. Yeah. Philadelphia Experiment. That's another one. Yeah. It wasn't that bad. It wasn't like that scary. Yeah. Back in the day. Yeah, because that came out when I was 11. It was 2001, right? Yeah. It didn't spook me too bad. 2002. Yeah, so I was 12 when it came out. Yeah. But the one that a really fucked up one, like, which he probably hasn't seen either, was Travis Walton's. Was really fucked. Yeah. I'll have to wear a tinfoil hat with pics in Discord to prove it. Yeah, fuck. That'd be kind of funny, actually. That'd be kind of funny meme. Yeah. Oh, here you are, buddy. Go on. You're just here for the nacho leftovers. Go on. Yeah. Fuck me. What's it? Fire in the Sky. Fire in the Sky is a much more terrifying movie than Signs. It's like legitimately traumatizing. If no one's ever seen that. I've watched a video of him getting abducted before, but it's like gruesome. Like, oh, it's so bad. Which is funny because the actual account, again, was like the complete opposite. He was like the crazy one in the craft, not the aliens. But anyway, that one fucked me up. That fucked me up for many years. Because I watched it around probably like 1997. So 4 years after it came out, I watched it on TV with my dad. And it just fucked me up. I had a really strange visceral reaction to it. And I didn't shake that until I was like early teenager, after I started reading about UFO stuff. Then I got obsessed with it. So that's what happens though. Things that you fear, you conquer your fear. It's like Batman. You become obsessed with bats. I feared aliens. I get obsessed with aliens. God damn it. Same thing. You like Dark Skies? I don't think I've seen Dark Skies. Is that a movie? I don't know. I haven't seen that. Interesting. Series of strange and terrifying events. Oh, I haven't seen that. Is it kind of more of an indie movie, man? I'm not familiar. Yeah. I don't know about my favorite. I mean, Close Encounters is a great movie. There's a new one. The new Close Encounters is coming out now. New Close Encounters, or sorry, next year. They're filming it right now. New Close Encounters movie. It's not the third kind. I think it's the fifth kind. Anyway, they're filming it right now. No, but it's in filming. Fucking stupid AI. Anyway, yeah. I forget who's in it, but there's a star-studded cast, obviously. So, yeah. Oh, the Greys come for them. Oh, Jesus. Is Dark Skies the one where the scene where the guy gets completely pinned down with a rubber skin thing, then they cut the mouth hole open? No, that's Fire in the Sky. Digi. That's Fire in the Sky, Travis Walton. Yeah. That's where they pin him down and they like cut the mouth hole thing and strip him naked. And in the real encounter, Travis Taylor like was in like a stupor and woke up, and the aliens were trying to help him, or they were coming over to him, and he grabbed a light, like a fluorescent light tube, and he smashed one of them in the head and knocked it down, and then all the other ones scattered and ran away. And he was swinging it around like trying to kill them. And then a man came out after they ran away with like a fishbowl on his head and just physically grabbed him. He was in another room at that point and just was essentially pulling him. And then there were a bunch of humans in like suits, and they just forced him onto the table and then knocked him out with some gas or something. That was the actual, like, it was nothing. It wasn't like spooky. Well, it was scary for him, but it wasn't like they didn't do anything to him. It was he hit them, which is the funniest fucking shit that Hollywood show. But you know, obviously that's not gonna sell as well, right? That's not gonna be where the monster. He was the monster in that situation. Yeah. Nope was a good one. Yeah. I didn't really like that it was like a, I don't know. It was good up until like you realize that it was like I wasn't really a fan of the ending of it. I wanted it to be just straight up aliens, but I guess it still was, but it was just like an alien. Anyway, I won't spoil it. But it's been out for a while. It's an alien creature, I guess, in the end. We can run a movie night Discord anytime. Yeah, maybe more so in winter. We're all locked in. Yeah, I was thinking like probably then. Or you can do it on Kick too. I can still stream it. Yeah, I have to be solely on Kick. Yeah. Yeah. In Dark Skies, you only see the grays a few times, making it a lot scarier. It's like Signs too, Death. If you haven't seen Signs, but you only see the aliens like a couple times throughout the movie. Yeah. Did I watch the new Y-Files? No, but we can watch that next, actually. Why don't we? This is what I was going to talk about after, was comet stuff and ancient alternative history, all that shit. So, let's throw that up now, because I was going to meme about this, because this is another thing that people have talked about in these communities as being like a dog whistle for a cataclysm, and the government is like secretly knows this is going to be a problem and they're not saying anything. Will it hit Earth in 2029? I don't know what it's about, but yeah, he wants you to react to it. Yeah, okay. Well, I was going to watch it anyway because it's pretty relevant. Yeah. 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 Oh, it's about Greada Treaty. Was that a new one? Is that a new one? What? Oh, the Granada. Which one? This is the new one. Humanity's Extinction. He just dropped last night. The Greada that was a while ago. That was like 2 weeks ago. Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna watch the new one. I'm gonna watch a new one that just dropped because this is kind of more relevant about catastrophes and whatnot. And I don't know. Oh, he goes into cataclysmic cycles. This is it. Yeah. This is the one here. Anyway. Yeah. Oh, I know. People have been hyping this thing up, man, for stupid fucking green screen. Gotta fix this too. People have been hyping this up for years. Well, ever since they discovered it, people have been hyping this shit up. Like craziness. There we go. That's better. That's better. Still a little bit. Oh, a second here. Fuck this stupid thing, man. There we go. Okay. Yeah, Chess, what's up, dude? Yeah. Yeah, I always watch Y-Files. Yeah, Mrs. Cool. Yeah. Okay, let's do it. Yeah. And NVIDIA broadcast. I'll have to try. You mentioned that. Yeah. Supplement your green screen with AI green screen. I probably should. This green screen is actually driving me nuts lately. I'm gonna have to. I think I fixed it right for now, but yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, let's get into this. I'll shut the music off. Here we go. All right. Who's Melody Gray Schultz? Oh. A baby, but it looks of things, it's sad.
This episode of the Y-Files is brought to you by Upside. On April 13th, 2029, an asteroid named Apophis will come within 19,000 miles of Earth. It will fly under our communication satellites. It'll be visible to the naked eye. NASA says we're safe. But on a cosmic scale, 19,000 miles is nothing. A nudge from solar wind,
really
a tap
close
from another asteroid, or a simple miscalculation is all it would take. We already know where it would hit. We know what would happen. Apophis is coming. And it's a killer.
Is it? I don't... Fact check that right now, you motherfucker. I don't know.
Well, we're waiting.
Oh, we're skipping this.
Thank goodness. It's an emergency.
You didn't give anyone a sect with Earth's. The picture got clearer and scarier. The asteroid was big, 1,480 feet long, larger than the Empire State Building. In December, scientists made a shocking announcement. 2004 MN4 had a 2.7% chance of hitting Earth on April 13th, 2029, a 1 in 37 chance of impact. 67 million tons of rock and metal were roaring toward us at 19 miles per second. The asteroid was officially named Apophis, the Egyptian serpent god of darkness and destruction. It was rated a 4 on the Torino scale.
Yeah, Torino scale. The Clint Eastwood invent that?
No, the Torino scale measures the hazard of an impact.
That makes more sense.
A 0 on the Torino scale means no threat. A 10 means no planet. Even a 4 is a concern. Apophis was the first object in history to reach that level. This was bad. The media went wild. Headlines screamed about the god of chaos. Cable news ran countdown clocks.
Were their countdown clocks more accurate than their election predictions?
No. But scientists worked around the clock. In 2005, they announced Apophis would miss the Earth. But they found a new problem. A region in space about half a mile wide. If Apophis passes through it, the chance of impact on the next pass isn't 2.7%, it's 100%.
It's about a Tsar Bomba if it hits, so 50 megatons. Still pretty bad, but not world ending.
Jet Propulsion Laboratory at 3 a.m. looks abandoned. Most buildings are dark. But in the Center for Near-Earth Object Studies, Marcia Singh stares at her monitor.
Oh, this AI
She's running the
SLOP.
Yarkovsky drift calculations for the third time. Solar radiation pressure on rotating asteroids causes tiny changes in orbit, tiny changes that add up over decades.
Noted, Aaron. Interesting.
This can't be right.
The numbers came back wrong, again. Apophis isn't following its predicted path. The deviation is small, 0.003 degrees, but that's enough. The asteroid will thread Earth's gravitational keyhole, a 1,200-foot region of space that will bend Apophis's trajectory, bend it directly into Earth. Outside Los Angeles sleeps 14 million people who don't know they have 90 days left. The impact models show Catalina Island as ground zero.
Billy, check the path of 2004 MN4. Are you seeing this?
Hang on.
This is actually pretty good AI SLOP, actually.
Oh my God.
What are you gonna do?
I have to call the president. Marcia, go home. Be with your family.
We now go to the White House, where the president is about to make an emergency announcement.
Yeah, are they? Holy fuck, yeah.
My fellow
It's
Americans,
not bad.
I speak to you now with a heavy heart.
CBS News can now confirm that asteroid Apophis will hit Earth on April 13th.
This is a Fox News alert. NASA says the asteroid Apophis will impact Earth on April 13th.
Global preparations are underway.
Careful with that one.
Apophis will hit near California on April 13th.
Coastal regions are urged to prepare for immediate evacuation. The Department of Homeland Security has activated emergency protocols.
We've now entered the final phase. Apophis will strike Earth on April 13th. Prepare accordingly.
That's pretty good, actually. It's not going to kill everybody.
On
though.
Friday,
Fuck
April
the cons,
13th, 2029, humanity will witness something beautiful and dangerous.
Oh, sounds like my second wife.
If you're going to interrupt me right at the top, can you at least make the joke a little less hacky?
You're a straight man. Leave the comedy to the professional, huh?
Apophis will pass just 19,300 miles from Earth's surface. That's closer than our communication satellites. For millions of people in the Eastern Hemisphere, it will appear at sunset, a bright point of light as bright as any star. But this star will be moving fast. So fast, you'll see it cross the sky in real time. From the ground, the event will be a spectacle. But for Apophis, the flyby will be violent. As it passes, Earth's gravity will grab it, squeeze it, and twist it. These tidal forces could trigger landslides and quakes on the asteroid's surface, changing its path. This brings us to the keyhole. A gravitational keyhole is a small region of space. For Apophis, it's only about 2,000 feet wide. If the asteroid passes through it in 2029, Earth's gravity becomes a slingshot. It'll pull the asteroid back to where it started for a guaranteed impact on April 13th, 2036, Easter Sunday. Current calculations, based on years of radar data from Goldstone and Arecibo, show Apophis will miss the keyhole. Barely. Unless something changes. And that's what makes Apophis so dangerous. It's not solid rock. It's a collection of boulders and dust held together by gravity. And it's not a sphere. It's shaped like a skyscraper, so it has no primary axis. It doesn't rotate, it tumbles. And this chaotic motion makes subtle forces almost impossible to predict. The most important thing is the Yarkovsky effect. The sun heats one side of the asteroid. As it tumbles, that heat radiates back into space, and this creates thrust.
Hold on. Not everybody is Mike the Grass Tyson.
That's not as...
How does that make thrust?
Well, the heat causes gas to vent, which creates the thrust.
Ah, now I get it. I can also create thrust by venting gas. Pardon me.
Classy. This is just a tiny push, about the weight of an apple. A tiny push is hardly noticeable. But over millions of miles, it can change in orbit. NASA's own measurements show it's already drifting because of this effect, about 650 feet closer to us every year. Right now, Apophis is impossible to see. It's lost in the glare of the sun. It won't be visible again until 2027. And during this blind spot, a small nudge from another rock could alter its path completely. And we would have just 2 years to recalculate everything. And 2 years to prepare for a city killer might be enough. But sometimes we only get hours. Sometimes city killers aren't found until they fly by. In fact, this happened last year.
Fuck. Thanks to HFX Pins and Train Bees. The gifts. God bless. I lost a hat, though. I don't know where the hat went. Oh, it's right there.
The president hasn't been seen in 5 days. His last public appearance was the announcement.
We have 90 days to solve this problem. America's best minds are working on it.
That doesn't look like J.D.
Then
Vance.
He vanished. Official word, secured at an undisclosed location. Everyone knew that meant Cheyenne Mountain. Anyone who had the means to escape didn't waste any time.
Once the risk hit X, they were gone. Politicians, celebrities, people you've watched your whole life evacuated while the highways jammed.
What we saw was an orderly panic among the ultra-wealthy. Beverly Hills emptied almost overnight.
It was Beverly Hills first, no surprise there. Gulfstreams and Learjets lined up like limos, taking off every 90 seconds.
The 405 is a graveyard of abandoned vehicles. Families walked for days into the Mojave.
The poor headed to tent cities in Nevada. Desert camps with no water, no power, no plan, just distance from the coast.
Fuel ran out, roads clogged. Now, tent cities rise like new towns, only no one planned them.
3 million people have fled Los Angeles in just 14 days.
3 million people gone in 2 weeks. Gas hit $47 a gallon, then the stations just closed. The tanker drivers stopped showing up. Why deliver fuel for worthless paper?
Markets remain volatile as the Apophis timeline advances. Commodities like iodine tablets, fuel, and food stocks have surged in value.
The new currency is water, ammunition, and insulin. A vial of insulin costs 3 gallons of water, if you can find it. We all got to watch Apophis grow larger in the sky. A red star visible during daylight, getting bigger every day. Suicide hotlines stopped answering. Too many calls, not enough volunteers. The volunteers had their own lives to worry about.
Apophis, prepare for the light.
Religious movements started sprouting up.
As the world edges closer to impact, religious fervor has surged.
The Church of the Final Days and the Apophis witnesses have emerged, offering hope and salvation for those who believe.
Apophis, guide us to the light.
Oh, fuck yeah. It's pretty crazy, this AI.
When official authorities dissolved, the local population took control.
The Los Angeles Police Department dissolved last week. Over half the force simply didn't show up. The chain of command collapsed overnight.
The 405 belongs to the Crips now. Their blue flags fly over improvised roadblocks. They're not attacking rival crews. They're screening vehicles and controlling movement. Crips and Sureños are distributing food, rationing medicine, even setting curfews.
Ma'am, it's not safe to be out. If you need anything, check with me.
What used to be gang turf in Los Angeles has now hardened into checkpoint states. Neighborhoods that once feared violence are now relying on it for structure.
Call them gangs, call them militias, but right now, they're the only thing resembling law and order in the city of Los Angeles.
Society didn't collapse, it reorganized itself. The powerful fled, the poor waited, and Apophis kept coming. While some astronomers celebrated, another rock caused global panic. In late 2024, asteroid 2024 YR4 became the most dangerous object in modern history, a building-sized rock. Its impact probability kept climbing, 1.5%, then 2.8%, then over 3%. That threat prompted China to establish its first ever planetary defense unit. They're recruiting astrophysicists under age 35. Their 2030 mission will try to deflect asteroid 2015 XF261 using a dual spacecraft approach, one to impact, another to evaluate the results. International cooperation is growing because the truth is we have no idea what's coming. NASA estimates there are 25,000 city killers crossing our orbit, and they've only found half. 13,500 are still out there somewhere completely hidden.
Somewhere completely hidden, huh? You mean like the moon landing tapes?
This detection gap creates nightmare scenarios. In 2019, asteroid 2019 OK was found. It's 400 feet wide. It was spotted less than 24 hours its closest approach. It missed Earth by only 40,000 miles. A direct hit would have released 30 megatons of energy. That's 300 times the size of the Hiroshima bomb, all with less than a day's warning. The problem is the sun. Our telescopes have to look away from the sun. Objects approaching from that direction remain invisible until they hit us, like in 2013, the meteor that hit Chelyabinsk.
Yeah, it's scary as fuck. No joke. Anything over 5 kilometers, we're fucked. Anything over 10 kilometers, the whole planet's fucked. Yeah. So like the dinosaur killer was 5 kilometers, I think. Anything over that might kill all life.
NASA's NEO Surveyor telescope is set to launch in 2027. It will finally close this blind spot. It'll use infrared and should find 90% of the remaining city killers within 10 to 20 years. But until then, we're defenseless against an attack from the direction of the sun. To understand how devastating that kind of surprise can be, you don't even have to look up. You can look down. Because buried in a layer of sediment around the world is evidence of an impact that reset civilization.
Oh, here's going to the Younger Dryas. So it's what I'm going to talk about later, actually. So this is a good talk. He's set up for the talking point. Yeah. Young Dryas. Shit.
The last Chinook lifted off from UCLA Medical Center at 6 a.m. Doctors stood on the helipad watching it disappear. They had patients on ventilators, premature babies in incubators. They were not leaving.
LAX has gone silent. No departures, no arrivals, just grounded planes and flickering monitors. The terminals are empty now.
The last jet out of LAX lifted off at 2:17 p.m. United to Denver. It was half full. Those who could afford to leave already had.
Those who remained made their choice. The elderly couple in Brentwood who'd lived there 50 years. They sat on their porch holding hands. They weren't leaving either.
For those still in Los Angeles, officials have confirmed that all remaining power will be shut off today at exactly noon.
The blackout is deliberate to reduce fire risk after the strike.
Please take this time to shelter and remain off the streets.
The power grid shut down at noon. Controlled shutdown to prevent fires after impact. The emergency alert system broadcasts its final message.
Seek shelter. Stay away from windows. God bless America.
Then static. Maggie Powers, an ICU nurse, writes her patients' names on their foreheads with a Sharpie. She figures when the building collapses, someone should know who they are. She has 14 patients on ventilators. The backup generators have 30 hours of fuel. That means her patients only have 30 hours of life. Animals flee inland. Coyotes run through downtown. Birds fly east in massive flocks. Dogs howl constantly. Every animal except humans understands what the receding ocean means.
Scientists warn this is not a tide, it's a gravitational response. Something massive is pulling on the ocean.
The Pacific has pulled back over 20 feet since yesterday, like it's holding its
This
breath.
is like a
Entire
Chicxulub
reefs are
impact. This is
exposed.
way too big.
Seismographs are now detecting
Anyway.
microquakes, gravitational pulses every 90 seconds. They're weak but rhythmic.
Every 90 seconds, the Earth flinches. Experts say it's the gravity of what's coming, literally, and the ocean is trying to warn us.
The last text messages go out before the cell tower is shut down. I love you is sent 847,000 times in Los Angeles County. Most messages are never delivered.
What about rest in pepperoni? How many?
Apophis filled 3 degrees of sky. You could see it tumbling, end over end, a mountain in space. The last thing 50 million people would ever see. "12,800 years ago, Earth was emerging from the last ice age. Temperatures were warming. Massive ice sheets were melting. Then suddenly, everything reversed. A comet about 62 miles wide broke apart and bombarded the planet. The evidence is found in a thin layer of rock found across 4 continents, the Younger Dryas boundary layer, also referred to as the black mat. The black mat contains evidence called impact proxies, iridium, shocked quartz, nanodiamonds, microscopic spherules of melted rock.
Which is crazy.
At over 40 sites, the concentrations of impact proxies are millions of times above normal levels. All date back to exactly 12,800 years ago. A series of objects hit the North American ice sheet, causing mass flooding. Continents sank beneath the sea. The impacts triggered global wildfires. Then came the freeze.
Ooh, a song of ice and fire.
Yes, the freeze lasted 1,200 years.
That's how long it's gonna take George Martin to finish the books.
The devastation was total. Mammoths, mastodons, saber-toothed cats, American horses, all gone. 75% of North American megafauna went extinct. 2/3 of the human population disappeared. The first widespread human culture in North America vanished from the archaeological record. This wasn't climate change. This wasn't overhunting. This was a civilization reset.
Yeah.
And comets are different from asteroids and far more dangerous. Asteroids follow predictable paths. Comets arrive from the outer solar system. They have long elliptical orbits, so they can show up with little warning, and sometimes as little as 6 months. As I write this, Comet 3I Atlas is headed our way. It was spotted a few weeks ago.
It's an
It'll make its
interstellar
closest
object.
approach to Earth in December. That's fast. So fast, there's not a thing we can do but watch and wait. Asteroids hit Earth at 19 miles per second. Comets come in at 45. A comet delivers more than 9 times the destructive power than an asteroid of the same size. The most dangerous comet we know is Swift-Tuttle, 16 miles wide. A land impact would release energy 27 times greater than the Chicxulub dinosaur killer. One astronomer called it the single most dangerous object known to humanity.
Oh, yeah.
Now, despite what mainstream scientists say, asteroids hit Earth all the time. But what about comets? How often do they hit us? Every 100 million years? Every 10 million years? 1 million years? Nope. Comets of all sizes hit the Earth on average every 3 days.
Yes, little micrometeors. Yeah, this is, Jesus.
The flash came first. The sky turns white. Not bright, white. Everything within 100 miles ignites simultaneously. The thermal pulse travels at light speed. By the time your brain understood the flash, your body was already vapor. That's mercy, instantaneous conversion from matter to energy. The blast wave expanded at Mach 2, a wall of superheated air traveling 800 miles per hour. It flattened everything from San Diego to Bakersfield.
The fireball climbed 60 miles into the atmosphere, so high it pierced the mesosphere.
That's way more than
it was
60
visible
miles.
from space.
From Phoenix to Vegas, people saw it light up the sky. It didn't look like fire, it looked like a second sun.
God damn.
Then the horizon vanished.
that Los Angeles?
Yep. Shit.
The temperature of the plume exceeded 10,000 degrees Celsius. What erupted wasn't smoke, it was Earth itself turned to gas. 7 states were hit by ejecta. It wasn't just ash, it was fragments of Earth's crust, fused and glowing. Some of it traveled faster than sound.
Oh my God.
Chunks of vaporized ocean rose miles into the sky, then hardened midair before slamming down across the Southwest. Reports of burning fragments came in from as far as Colorado. It rained fire.
Crazy.
The earthquake was a 10.5 on the Richter scale. The ground rippled like water.
Oh my God.
Then silence. People were too frightened to notice the Pacific Ocean was moving.
The tidal wave? It wouldn't do this.
Every year, our planet flies through invisible minefields left by disintegrating comets. We call them meteor showers. We give them pretty names. The Perseids, the Leonids, the Geminids. But these aren't harmless light shows. We're flying through the shattered remains of giant comets at 67 miles per hour. And some of those fragments are massive. Remember Swift-Tuttle, the most dangerous object known to humanity? The Perseid meteor shower is caused by the Earth flying through trillions of pieces of debris from Swift-Tuttle. Trillions. And we're not just crossing one minefield, we're crossing a dozen. The Leonids can produce storms of hundreds of thousands of meteors per hour. The Lyrids come from a comet 2.5 miles wide. There are 12 or 13 meteor storms every year, sometimes more.
It takes the Earth several days to pass through the Taurid meteor stream. It's so big. The Taurid meteor stream is full of filaments of debris. Some of those filaments are very small debris. Some of them are much larger debris and much more dangerous. We pass through it twice a year. I've likened it in the past to strapping on a blindfold and crossing an 8-lane highway and just hoping that you don't get hit by a truck.
The meteor shower that's most relevant to us is the Taurids. The debris field is almost 20 million miles wide. We cross it every year. It has trillions of objects that range from the size of grains of sand to the size of cities. How many big objects? Nobody knows. It could be 10, it could be 100. The government doesn't like to talk about it.
The government knew that they couldn't do anything about it, and they were starting to get worried calls from their constituents that, what can we do about these things? You got to do something about it. You got to stop it, and they couldn't. So what they decided to do was to just pretend that it wasn't real. They had the public fears about the impacts. They decided to just deny, just say, don't worry, there's no problem. We've got it under control, when they didn't.
Yeah.
The Tunguska event in 1908 happened during the peak of the Taurids. A fragment just 200 feet wide exploded over Siberia, flattening 80 million trees. If that happened over New York, Paris, or London, those cities would be gone. But we don't really need to be hit by a giant object to cause planetary chaos. We don't have to be hit at all. Every year, about 50 objects pass closer to the Earth than our satellites. Losing our satellites would cripple the global economy. Phone service, the internet, the banking system, all gone. And that's terrifying. But in 2022, for the first time in history, humanity fought back.
Space Force. Yeah. I don't think there's fuck all we'd be able to do against a big planet killer. We just have to sit and watch ourselves just get evaporated. Oh, God.
The Pacific Ocean recoils from the impact. 8 minutes ago, Apophis punched a 12-mile hole in the sea floor. The water rushed in, hit molten rock, exploded into steam. Now it's coming back.
Pretty gaped.
What was once shoreline is now seabed. Fish carcasses rot beneath a baking sun.
Downtown has 4 minutes left.
Oh, the wave. Brother. No. No.
A tsunami of unimaginable scale, 150 meters high, is sweeping through Los Angeles. Entire districts have been erased in seconds.
Claire's son on YouTube, what's up?
The whole ocean is coming.
Imagine a skyscraper made of water moving at 450 miles per hour. That's what hit Los Angeles this afternoon. Entire neighborhoods are gone. We are witnessing the unthinkable. A wall of water over 500 feet high has torn through Los Angeles, moving faster than a commercial jetliner.
The wall of water doesn't break. It maintains its height.
What hit LA was no wave. It was a moving cliff of ocean, 150 meters high, traveling faster than fire.
I have to get to the roof.
It tears through the city at 200 miles per hour, dragging cars, homes, and people with it.
Mom?
Rip. One last TikTok, brother. My fans need to see me one last time. Oh, embrace it. Jesus. That's a movie. That's a rock movie. San Andreas. Holy. God damn.
Initial estimates suggest tens of millions are gone. Entire cities, entire families simply vanished. We don't have exact figures yet, but we know what's missing. The silence from Los Angeles, that silence speaks for millions.
Yeah.
But more than California is affected.
This is not just California. This is not just the United States. This event is global.
Catalina Island is gone. Not underwater, gone. Erased. The impact event struck with such force, it ceased to exist. The Pacific Shelf fractured. We are no longer talking about local devastation. This is global.
There was no debris, no island, just a column of plasma where land used to be. Catalina didn't sink into the ocean. It was atomized. This is going to affect all of us. This impact event is global.
The dust and debris in the atmosphere blocked out the sun. Photosynthesis stopped. The Earth's temperature dropped by almost 10 degrees.
Oh, brother.
A new ice age was triggered, and humanity went underground.
No, Apophis is not. It would not do this. It would not do this. This is... Yeah.
Right now, we're working on technology to spot asteroids and comets early enough to give us time to prepare. So what if we spot one coming? What can we do?
I can stay awake just to hear you breathing.
Please don't.
Watch you smile while you are sleeping. While you're far away, I'm dreaming.
Okay, that's...
I can spend my life in this sweet surrender.
That's enough.
Fine, fine. You might be blind to asteroids, but you should have seen an Armageddon joke coming.
On September 26, 2022, NASA's DART spacecraft slammed into the asteroid Dimorphos at 14,000 miles per hour. The concept was simple, but revolutionary. Take a 1,200-pound spacecraft, crash it into a 500-foot wide asteroid, see if we can change its orbit. The results exceeded expectations. DART changed the asteroid's orbital period 25 times more than required. It proved we can move space rocks. But the mission also revealed a problem: the rubble pile dilemma. DART was far more effective than predicted because the asteroid wasn't a solid rock. It was a loose pile of rubble. The impact created a massive plume of debris that acted like a rocket engine, supercharging the push. This means our best defense is also messy, chaotic, and difficult to predict.
Yeah, like Spirit Airlines.
That was a cheap shot.
Spirit Airlines is on time about as often as my alimony checks.
Anyway, to move an asteroid requires years of warning. For a surprise city killer, our only short notice option is a nuclear device. The Outer Space Treaty of 1967 prohibits placing nuclear weapons in space. Now, in an emergency, the world would probably waive this restriction, but it's never been tested. We have the technology, the talent, and the money to create the tools we need to defend the planet. The one thing we can't manufacture is time. And time is not on our side.
Yeah, a 50 megaton blast is what Apophis would create. So it wouldn't cause any of those. It would take out a city, but that'd be it. Yeah. A chaotic neutral player is Rave Reality. Oh, fuck yeah. Yes.
The first days underground were chaotic. 2 million people crammed into the Moscow metro, 500,000 in the London Underground. Every subway system on Earth became humanity's last refuge. People fought for platform space, killed for corners to sleep. The strong took the train cars, the weak got the tunnels. The filth was unbearable. No working toilets for millions. Disease spread fast. Cholera, dysentery, bodies piled up in maintenance tunnels. The smell made people vomit, which just spread more disease.
Yeah, he does. It's for dramatic effect. You know? It's for the
Then
memes.
organization emerged. Not democracy, survival.
We're gonna need everyone to pitch in. It's the only way we survive down here.
Former military officers established order.
I think we can convert most of these tunnels to living quarters. Top priority is getting power back online.
Engineers got generators running.
Thought they're Russian.
What's the volts on this? 12?
15?
That's right. Nice.
Doctors created triage stations. The dead were processed into fertilizer. Nothing could be wasted.
Mushrooms?
We lived off mushrooms until LED lights were brought in from abandoned cannabis
Brother, there
farms.
you go. Won't remember a goddamn thing.
Thousands of hydroponic gardens came online.
Hell yeah.
Subway tracks were ripped up, replaced with growing beds. The Circle Line became London's farm. Still, we mostly ate mushrooms.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, then the mutants came. Yeah, bro. They came from the depths. They've been waiting for their
But
time.
within 6 months, the tunnels transformed.
We started eating
Art
meat again.
appeared on walls.
You better not write any dirty poems over there.
No promises.
Children's classrooms and old ticket booths. An economy emerged. Calories for labor, labor for medicine, medicine for hope.
Take 3 drops with a meal and you'll feel a lot better.
Thanks so much, Doc.
Moscow's metro became a city. Same with Paris, New York, Tokyo. Organized, efficient, alive. Babies were born underground. They'd adapted perfectly. They'd never known the sun, so they didn't miss it.
Wow, crazy. Computer
Ham
bros.
radio networks connected the colonies.
Tulsa Town, this is Dallas. How copy?
Tulsa Town here. Solid copy, Dallas.
Detroit, do you read? Any chance you have a spare diesel?
We might be frozen, Toronto, but we're still Motown. We got you.
Toronto survives.
Appreciate it, Motown.
That's surprising.
Baltimore's got your back. You can count on us.
Hang in there, Milwaukee. We've got water filters to spare.
Chicago saves our bacon again. Thanks again, Windy City. Thank you, Boston. We owe you one.
Go Red Sox!
Don't push it, Boston.
Break 1-9. Breaker 1-9. Minneapolis here. Anybody reading this?
Winnipeg here. You are 5x5, Minneapolis. Loud and clear.
It is so good to hear your voice, Winnipeg. How are you doing up there?
Cold.
There'd be a meat market, don't worry, brother. There'd be a market for meat still. It'd be underground. Yeah, this is like a world killer.
The surface was still too cold and dark to survive. The air was still toxic. But small trading parties would go from colony to colony moving goods.
Yeah, literally. Yeah, this is way worse. This is like 20 Apophis asteroids hit.
In just a few years, trade routes were established. Every colony soon had access to all the others. The martial law that first organized the colonies naturally fell back to elected leadership and cooperation. This was more than survival. This was civilization.
Literally, though. That was pretty good, though. They did a pretty good job. Yeah.
The story began with a single asteroid, Apophis. That threat led us to a hidden history of cosmic impacts and the terrifying realization that thousands of other city killers are still out there. So let's separate fact from fiction. Fact: Apophis is no longer a threat. The initial 2.7% impact probability was real, but current data says it will miss us and the gravitational keyhole in 2029. Probably. Fact: we can move asteroids. NASA's DART mission proved it. The kinetic impactor worked, but because asteroids aren't solid, there's no way to predict the outcome. Fact: a major impact happened in human history. The evidence for the Younger Dryas impact 12,800 years ago is overwhelming.
Yeah.
Platinum spikes, nanodiamonds, and the black mat point to a fragmented comet that reset civilization. It's not a question of will it happen again, but when. And the big fiction: we're perfectly safe. We are not. But we can change that. For 4.5 billion years, life on this planet has been at the mercy of random cosmic violence. That's no longer true. We're the first species in Earth's history capable of seeing the threat coming and the first with the power to stop it. The question is no longer about ability, it's about will. Apophis was transformed into a symbol of fear. I think that's a good thing. These objects should inspire fear. One medium-sized asteroid releases more energy than all the nuclear weapons in the world. We need to pressure our leaders and the scientific community to take this seriously. Apophis will be here in a few years. It'll be hard to ignore a mountain zipping across the sky. I hope it becomes the wake-up call we desperately need. Because we have two choices: be motivated by the disaster that almost happened, or be ignorant of the disaster that definitely will.
Good Lord. There you go. That's a big hole.
Blue sky. Just a patch above Boulder, Colorado. Real blue. The first clear sky to cut through the green haze that covered Earth for almost 2 decades. 18 years after impact, to the day, the first baby was born above ground. Dawn Mitchell of the Boulder Colony. Well, I guess technically she's from Boulder, Colorado. The first child in a generation to grow up with a clear sky overhead, not concrete and rebar. Sky. Of course, Dawn doesn't remember any of this. Dawn doesn't understand the irony and importance of her name. All 10-year-old Dawn knows is that she's a celebrity and she loves it. She's here to celebrate her birthday and the 10th anniversary of Sky Day, as we now call it, and the opening of the Catalina Crater Memorial. Wow, 10 years went fast. It took 18 years for the dust to settle, literally. Atmospheric models said 50 years. They were wrong. Earth heals faster than we calculated. When the sun returned, the Earth warmed quickly. The extra CO2 in the atmosphere saw to that. The plants loved the CO2. By the time humans had the courage to take off their helmets, nature was already back in full swing. Grass, trees, green everywhere. Most of the planet's infrastructure was destroyed, but the Svalbard Seed Vault survived. Norway's ice protected it.
After the impact, our ancestors had to reorganize society down here, in these metro tunnels, to survive.
About 6 months after Sky Day, the first wheat harvest came in. 8,000 tons.
Wheat?
Enough to feed thousands of people real bread. Not mushroom paste, not fungus cakes, actual bread.
Good
My
Lord.
colony had to wait almost a year for our wheat rations, but for
brother.
fresh baked bread, it was worth the wait.
We'd have lots of
Nobody
meat in
who
our
lived through
colony.
The impact is on a low-carb diet, I promise you that.
And this, children, is what scientists call an extinction-level event. The thermal pulse alone would be devastating.
Almost 80% of animals are gone, extinct. Elephants, rhinos, hippos, just about every large mammal too big or too slow to find cover is gone. Dawn won't miss the elephants, but a lot of us older folks will.
Nah, fucking not that interesting.
Cities rose again, but different.
Ooh.
Every building has a deep bunker. Impact shelters are mandatory. School children run drills every month. Asteroid warning, 90 seconds to shelter. They practice in the dark. They practice holding their breath. They practice saying goodbye.
I love you.
I'm not gonna make it. Stay safe.
I love you so much. I hope you're safe. Me and the boys are heading east. I hope you get this.
What the fucking trauma is this? This is beyond.
Please text me back. I'm so scared. I wish I could tell you.
God.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
The memorial at Catalina stretches around the entire crater, 12 miles of black granite, 4 billion names.
Where is Grandpa's name?
4 billion?
The International Apophis Detection Grid went online last year. 10,000 satellites. Armed ground stations are in every continent. If an object larger than a basketball gets within 1 million miles of us, we can see it. Our ground and space-based railguns can kill it. It took 1/3 of the Earth's wealth to build the system, but with 4 billion dead, nobody complained about the cost. The grid is there to make sure that no matter what the universe throws at us, we'll never worry. The memorial is here to make sure that our children never forget.
There'd be some people celebrating at that loss of life, actually. The global elite, what they've always wanted. Holy fuck, AJ, that was that's a hell of a video there.
Hecklefish right there. Yeah. There's a hecklefish, yeah. Oh my goodness, there he is.
Oh,
yeah.
Jesus,
yeah. You want to give him a kiss like you always do? Yeah, you always give Hecklefish a kiss. Oh, that's so nice. Oh, yeah. Give Hecklefish hugs.
Oh,
say thanks, Hecklefish.
Now he's really
Thanks,
going to hit
AJ.
us with, oh, that's terrible.
Oh, so good.
Man.
Yeah. That's so good. That's so good of you. Yeah. Thank you, Hecklefish.
You didn't enjoy that train beat?
Thanks, AJ.
Oh, man. Oh, that's terrible. It's heartbreaking. Jesus Christ. Yeah. I guess that's literally it. Yeah, we'll head to the comment section, I guess. I'm assuming most people enjoyed that, is what I'm assuming. The dedication to Melanie made him grown man cry. Well, that's fucking heartbreaking, yeah. Just lost my son 3 months ago. Oh my fucking God. I mean, death everywhere. It should be required viewing for all humanity. I was going to say, I think a lot of you are crying. Well, yeah, I know. Listen, I got a little guy in the way here. So, like, absolutely sobbing over that video of Sweet Melody Grace. Well, yeah, that's, holy fuck. Well, I'm glad they did that for her, though. About the video, I don't know. Yeah, they're just talking about the end. I mean, for me, death is inevitable. Best to warm up to it. How about you mean the, you're making it live. What, the comment, you mean? Yeah, it was really pretty dang good. Like SLOP, but good seasoning, make it tasty, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I thought it was okay. I mean, obviously he's like glazing here a little bit. Like, if you look up, he's glazing us. Where's, Apophis asteroid, how bad if it were to hit? It wouldn't do any of that. That's like a 5-kilometer object would do that. I think the dinosaur killer, maybe it was 6 or something like that. Yeah. Let's see. Hit Earth, it would be an ocean boiling bad day for a region, but not a planet killer. So yeah, it's 12 times the Tunguska blast. I think it's 50 megatons, right? Oh, it's 1200 meg. Oh shit, actually, it's pretty bad though. Yeah, it's a fraction of the Chicxulub, so it would be 1200 megatons. Is how bad it would be. For instance, the dinosaur killer was 100 million megatons. Just hard to even fathom. Yeah. 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 Oh, with the baby? Oh yeah, I don't know. It's pretty terrible. Yeah, I mean, there's people that die every day of that, but just goes to show, I mean, our humanity, we have to retain some of that. There's people's parents that are dealing with shit like that every day. I mean, it's a hard thing. Yeah. Only problem I saw was the Crimsons and Bloods will save us. The Crips and Bloods part. Wait until every dude on Earth loses his job. The gangs wouldn't stand a chance. No, I don't buy that either. You'd probably be surprised. There'd probably be good groups of people to get together. But yeah, those gangs, they would absolutely not be helping people out. It'd be Mad Max almost instantaneously. So yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's just, that's not that bad. Now, if the other one hit us, if 31 Atlas, okay, now do 31 Atlas, it hits us. Scale 1 to 10. Which is not supposed to. It's supposed to come around the orbit of Mars? It comes in pretty fucking close, though. But that'd be the only thing where he's got asteroid apophis, like people, like kids watching this, like, oh my God, like it's going to end the world? Like, no. It wouldn't be that bad. It would take out a city, but there wouldn't be like a global freeze and shit. It wouldn't be that bad. Like the other one, the one he mentioned would be bad. Yeah. If Atlas, I think we did the math on this before, didn't we? Like, it's pretty fucking bad. Size is uncertain. I thought they knew how big it was. Yeah, 5 to 6 kilometers is, we're fucked. That's the size of the dinosaur killer. 5 to 6 kilometers. Yeah, which is really fucking bad. But it's, okay, so Chicxulub was 10 kilometers. Okay. Yeah. Fuck. Anyway. But it's moving quicker too. Anyway, that's not a threat. I didn't mind it. Yeah, I didn't mind it. Yeah. You didn't like that either. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they just wanted to, well, they mentioned her at the beginning too. They just wanted to commemorate her, I guess, you know. Oh, well, whatever. Speaking of which, this is what I was going to talk about for the later half of the show. Yeah. I find use of AI tools, we're going to continue to see it. Oh, well, yeah, I think it, I mean, however we think about where the direction they're heading in, I mean, I don't fucking know. Like, I haven't really watched any of their stuff in a while. It's the first video I've watched of theirs in, Christ, like 7 months at least. Like, they kind of ran out of all the conspiracy slop. So, yeah. Anyway, here's some fun stuff about potentially what happened during the Younger Dryas. This is actually directly related to it. So is this, both of these posts, which I was going to go over from Jason here. Jason posts good stuff. Some people say it's slop. I don't think it's slop, but this is really fucking interesting, actually. We brought this up before, but a bit of an anomaly. This is something that Robert Schoch, right? I'll put a picture of Robert Schoch here, has brought up before. I hadn't heard of until not that long ago, thanks to old Twitter, again, and these kinds of posts. But supposedly in Scotland, there exist these castles that are vitrified. And now this is, you get into some of the issues with geologists versus archaeologists, where the archaeologists like to maybe throw dates around that aren't really accurate because we don't have a lot of information available to us pertaining to the locations, and so they take a wild guess and it's way the fuck off. This might be one of these examples. How old are these hill forts in Scotland? Right? I mean, I think they thought they were maybe like at most 1,000, maybe 1,500 years old, something like that. They could be way older, like maybe put another zero on that possibly, right? Like 10 to 12,000. There were stories of people on that island before, and they were of large stature. Remember, giants were there. So there are over 60 ancient hill forts in Scotland whose stone walls have been melted into glass. The stories, if I recall correctly from reading, are there. Like, they talk about dragons and whatnot at the time, but clearly there was some other kind of event. It's called vitrification and requires heat upwards of 1,200 degrees Celsius, the kind you need a modern blast furnace to produce. And yet these fort walls, built by Iron Age people, supposedly, armed with nothing but stone and wood, were somehow set ablaze in a way that melted granite and fused rock into blackened glass. Not cracked or scorched, actually melted. They'll tell you maybe the walls were packed with timber and set alight during war or ritual, but even the best experimental recreations haven't come close to the sustained temperatures required. And that's just one fort. We're talking dozens of them scattered across mountaintops, all showing signs of vitrification, sometimes in precise and consistent patterns. You'd need a massive amount of fuel, perfect environmental conditions, and a method of sustaining the fire long enough to fuse rock. But the idea that this was just accidental burning during a siege doesn't hold up any serious pressure. The most likely explanation is now lost pyrotechnic technique. Maybe a chemical accelerant, some sort of blast chamber design or fuel we don't recognize today. Something that was understood and then forgotten, maybe. Cultures like the Vedic Indians or Nabateans were masters of fire and stone. We're not the ancient Scots. Just because we don't have written records doesn't mean it didn't exist. Fire was sacred, maybe. Maybe just vitrification wasn't destruction, it was activation of some sort. Or, this is the other meme here, or it was done using a method and technology that didn't originate with the Iron Age peoples, or they're much older than we thought. And they go back to a time period around the Ice Age, would be the other possibility. Now, they shouldn't have been under the ice then. I don't think they would have been under the ice then if it would go back that far. But the last time there would have been a global, event that could have caused that en masse would have been during the Younger Dryas. There are firestorms all over the Northern Hemisphere. So, who the fuck knows? Is that what did it? I mean, the black mat layers there. There's now 1,200 degrees is a lot. That's like an impact, but there could have been tons of impacts. We watched that Graham Hancock presentation. It was back in April, but he just posted the main part of the presentation just last week. And they've got a couple different theories now. I mean, initially they thought there was one big comet that hit the North American ice sheet, but now going across the globe, they're starting to think that the Earth was pelted by a debris stream that hit all kinds of places. As AJ had kind of gone over, that it hit Australia. There's evidence all over the planet. It really hit the Northern Hemisphere really bad, specifically over North America. But over Europe too, it got pretty badly hit. So potentially, if these forts are older, then that could explain that. But pretty fucking crazy. Yeah, directed electromagnetic energy, microwave frequency or higher, not absorbed by atmosphere, absorbed by rocks. That was Schock's idea. Robert Schock thinks that potentially what vitrified them was a giant solar storm. And he thinks that potentially that's what happened. It wasn't an impact by a comet or an asteroid. It was a giant solar storm that cooked the surface of the Earth after somehow the magnetosphere goes down, or maybe it just was too big for it to sustain. And then after that happened, there was lightning all over the planet. And pretty fucking crazy. Yeah, electric universe theory. But yeah, I guess so, a little bit. Yeah, that's what it, to some degree. It would be a solar storm big enough that there'd be discharges that it wouldn't just be in the upper atmosphere, it would come down to the ground. Yeah. How to be the toroids, we pass through them pretty hard. Could be hard, yeah. I mean, it's some kind of debris field. Whatever that might be, right? I mean, again, maybe old Planet 9 had something to do with this too, right? Which I mean, that it's still in its infancy, but potentially it's out in the Kuiper Belt, and this is where a lot of the shit originates from. And now the question does it leave the Kuiper Belt? Probably they don't think so, but it's hurting a lot of these objects, and so could it influence when it comes to perihelion? I think it's perihelion's close, aphelion, perihelion, whatever the equivalent is. That it could be hurting objects towards us, and we could go through a debris field that enters into the solar system, maybe the inner solar system. The planet might not enter into the inner solar system, but maybe its debris field is felt potentially or causes disruptions. I don't know, but well, here he just kind of goes into this meme. So pertaining to these hill forts and this vitrification, which is very strange. This is another kind of post pertaining to these cycles of destruction that are talked about by the Kali Yugas. Yeah. What if Planet 9's gravity made all the meteors hit Earth like a meteor magnet? Well, yeah, I don't know, man. That's the thing. Like, some people claim that the planet comes right into the inner solar system, and I think that's probably too unstable, unless the aliens are affecting it. I mean, there's always a schizo possibility, but I don't know how it would do that, but you'd need to talk to somebody in astrophysics. I mean, you can see if that would make any sense. I'm sure there's modeling you could do where it would dislodge shit. it hypothetically fucked up our inner solar system when it first came in, is one of the theories still running as to like what happened with Uranus and why Pluto's in the orbit that it's in. Essentially, it was Robert Harrington's Planet X, which is effectively Planet 9. But when it came into the inner solar system, it knocked, Pluto was a moon of Neptune, and it dislodged Pluto from Neptune's orbit and then threw it into its current orbit. And then it threw Uranus on its side. So it yanked Uranus onto its side. Uranus orbits on its side. A lot of people don't know that. But like most of the planets are orbiting in line with the ecliptic. But Uranus is like tilted completely sideways. And they thought that, and even the asteroid belt potentially was a result of this thing coming in. Yeah. Uranus, orbit in it. Yeah. That's how it's pronounced. Uranus is not how it's pronounced. Uranus, yeah. Gravity is dictated by mass. Little meteors can be pulled in by larger mass. Well, yeah, it could, man. It could pelt you into the inner solar system, yeah. Uranus tilt in it. Every ancient civilization left behind warnings about floods, fire, and a fall from grace. The Vedas speak of time not as a straight line, but as a vast wheel that is spinning through golden ages and dark ages like clockwork. The Yuga cycle is a coded system of time describing how both human consciousness enters climatic collapse and rise in synchronicity roughly every 12,000 years. Modern geology, astronomy, and archaeology all say the same thing with different words. The last great cataclysm known as the Younger Dryas impact event hit around 11,600 years ago. That's when it peaked, flooding the planet, freezing the north and wiping clean whatever came before. Every ancient culture remembers it. Sumerians, Egyptians, Mayans, Hopi, and of course the Indian sages. These collapses come in 12,000-year intervals. Glacial surges, pole shifts, Jesus, magnetic anomalies, solar outbursts like a galactic reset. The Yugas say we descend for 12,000 years and climb back out. So what happens in the middle? Right where the descent turns around. That's called Kali Yuga, and that's where we are. Now, depending on the tradition you follow, where they're deep in the heart of a Kali or at its outer rim, rimming it, just starting to rise. But look around. I mean, seriously, spiritual amnesia, AI overreach, ego addiction, truth traded for dopamine. Humanity has forgotten not just God, but the memory of even seeking God. That's the signature of Kali Yuga. What comes after every Kali, according to the texts, a reset. Not just social, planetary, fire, flood, and sky-born catastrophe. A purification, a reboot. Sound familiar? So we have ancient cosmology describing a spiritual collapse every 12,000 years, and we have modern science describing a geophysical collapse every 12,000 years. They're parallel warning systems. The rishis were tracking something real, something cyclical, something predictable, maybe not to the day, but to the age. We're standing right at the hinge point again. To me, it's math, pattern, memory. We've done this before. We've reached the peak of illusion, the edge of decay, or about to fall off the same cliff again. Bro, you haven't seen anything yet. Just wait till the AI kicks up even more. Unless enough of us remember what the ancients knew. Well, here it is here, I guess. The Yuga, Tetra Yuga, Davpar Yuga, Setra Yuga, Descent, Kali Yuga. Fuck only knows where we are, what's going to happen. Yeah, 26,000 years to the win. Every zodiacal cycle, the precession of the equinoxes. Yeah, the age of Aquarius, brother. Yeah. Reach around. I see entering increased awareness, figuring out what human potential is again. And of course, I look at things like remote viewing and size markers to show rising into the Kali. Maybe. Maybe it's what it is. We'll get back to who we really are. Who knows? We'll reach deep back and we'll deeply reach inside ourselves and find the answers again. And then we'll just end up back at the technological civilization, right? It gets us out of the woods. Oh yeah, the Adam and Eve story. No. It's not a good one. Anyway, that's just a little bit of slop, But here was a Daily Mail article just from Friday, which was trending. This has been, the whole Younger Dryas thing's kind of reached fever pitched recently. There's been a lot of content creators talking about this stuff, and Graham's done the rounds, and there's been some breakthroughs, and I think they're talking directly about Graham here. Is that what it is? Almost 13,000 years ago, a massive fragment of the comet exploded over Louisiana, turning stone into glass and potentially offering evidence for one of history's most controversial theories. New research support ideas popularized by Graham Hancock who shared a stage with comet scientist Dr. Alan West to discuss the findings, which is in the conversation we went over, I guess. So, Dr. West, one of the scientists behind the Louisiana find, warns that such explosions with the destructive power of nuclear weapons may be more common than previously thought. Exploring a mystery, that mystery is a very strong feeling that the archaeological project is not giving us the whole story about the past. Interesting. It's clear we're missing something. Here it is here. Spherules, microspherules. Impact proxies. Yeah, tardigrades for the win. Fuck. We're gonna evolve. We're gonna use their DNA and turn ourselves into tardigrades so we can survive the impact. Yeah. Interesting. So that's where they think it maybe hit. Well, that's where they found some of the evidence. The bursts have been found all over. I mean, I think the impact site they still haven't located. Although some people have pointed to, which is would be particularly terrifying and also wouldn't really fit with the size of the impact. But people have looked up into here as a potential impact site. I'd be like, oh, gee, that's a planet killer if it was that big of an explosion, I think. If it cut out the Hudson Bay, that would be way, like this one, this one was pretty bad, which happened during like the Jurassic area that made the Rene Levasseur Island. But this we'd be fucking toast. Like, for instance, the Chicxulub one, which is down, where the fuck is it? Right here, I think, somewhere, like right here. You can barely see it now, but it's like it didn't do this, or did it do this? Did it cut out the whole Gulf? I don't think it did it? I don't think it did. No, this would be fucking bad. There's no way it's that big. Anyway, he talked about that on the stage recently, where they're looking at the Hudson Bay. There is, you can't see it here, just like you can't see the Chicxulub impact in the water. But there is an impact site here that maybe they think that was it, but it's almost too big. But yeah, one of the aim for Canada is a lot to aim for. We get a lot to aim for up here. Yeah. Oh, there's Graham there. Yeah. Anyway, I mean, interdasting, very fucking interdasting. Didn't I have something else pulled up here? I thought I did. Oh, I got something other than that as well pulled up. We'll go to here. I thought I forgot to pull that up. Anyway. Yeah, we went through this paper too. The paper came out maybe like a month or two ago. I went through the whole paper and looked through it, and crazy, very interesting. Yeah, you know, hard to say. All the best though. I mean, the question with Graham obviously is, who was here before? Was there a civilization that got wiped out? And I think people have kind of talked him down on that. Maybe they shouldn't have though. Maybe there was. Who the fuck knows? There's a lot of people on X talking about this haplogroup X that was theorized, postulated about. And I thought this is kind of interesting. So this is a depiction of it
Europe,
here.
the Middle East, and North.
Here.
One of the biggest mysteries, and one that I'm interested in, that I became aware of recently, is the haplogroup X and its appearance in North America as well as in Caucasian areas, as in Europe, the Middle East, and North Africa. And we have two haplogroups for people. We have the haplogroup that passes in our DNA from our paternal line and from our maternal line. They help trace human ancestry and migration patterns. So this is a mystery. What this implies here is that in North America, through the female line, there are people that share a maternal ancestor back before at least 9,000 years ago that exist in both the Middle East, Europe, as in Western Asia, but not East Asia, not Japan, not any of those places in between. But it implies that there was at least more than 9,000 years ago. They've been there at least 9,000 years. It implies that there was a northwestern migration from Europe into the Americas. Interesting.
So this is something this gentleman here, Greg Little, had shared from a book he wrote. Greg documents the mounds, the mound builders, and that there were these different race of people they found in the mounds, essentially. These giant humans that had red hair that had nothing to do with the native population. And so potentially, is that what we're looking at? Well, I mean, maybe. Hard to say. I mean, Africa is basically a cut of the east coast of the Americas. It fits right in. Well, that'd be going way back. But how the fuck did they get over here? I guess is the question. This is his haplogroup X meme here that he goes over. An unknown and unexpected migration group confirmed. In 1997, a fifth mtDNA haplogroup was identified in Native Americans. This group, called X, is present in 3% of living Native Americans. Haplogroup X was not found in Asia, but was only found in Europe and the Middle East, where 2 to 4% of the population carry it. You have to kind of digest for a minute. I don't know if Greg is going here with this or not, but you have to think. So it's found in North America, Europe, and the Middle East. So it's found where we found and have stories of giant people. Mesopotamia, Mediterranean, right? Northern Europe, Western Europe, the Tuatha De Danann, however the fuck you pronounce their name, the Celtic pantheon of gods. And then the mound builders. Interesting, huh? So anyway, I'll continue reading it. Very interesting meme. It's primarily been found in parts of Spain, Bulgaria, Finland, Italy, and Israel. In July 2001, a research letter was published in the American Journal of Human Genetics relating to the few people of the X type have been identified in tribe located in extreme southern Siberia. These people called the Atlasians, or Alticians, however you pronounce it, or Altiaks, as Russian geneticists refer to them, have always lived in the Gobi Desert area. Archaeologists and geneticists are certain that the presence of X in America is not the result of historic intermarriages, it is of ancient origin. Among Native American tribes, the X haplogroup has been found in small numbers in the Yakimas, Sioux, and Navajo tribes. It has been found to a larger degree in the Ojibwa, which is out of Ontario, Oneoto, and Nuu tribes. The X haplogroup has also been discovered in ancient remains in Illinois near Ohio. A few other areas near the Great Lakes. It has not so far been found in South or Central American tribes, including the Maya. The X haplogroup appears to have entered America in limited numbers, perhaps as long as 34,000 BC. From 12,000 BC to 10,000 BC, it appeared in much greater numbers. It's important to note that not all Native American tribes have been categorized by mtDNA analysis, in the relatively few ancient remains have been tested. Interesting. As he goes on here, and the significance of it. So, several different waves of migration probably occurred. The initial wave seemed to have occurred around 35,000 BC. It may have been far earlier, since the ancient radiocarbon dates have emerged from areas like California in the Southwest, point to 50,000 BC, which is pretty crazy. It seemed the apparent widespread presence of X-type from Canada and Washington State, Arizona, etc., could indicate a wide initial dispersal. However, the history of several of these tribes tells a different story. The Sioux, who show the X-type, were the ancient enemy of the Chippewa. They were driven to the western plains from the Great Lakes area not long after the first European explorers entered America. Prior to living in the Great Lakes, the Sioux resided in southern Ohio area and neighboring parts of Kentucky and Indiana. It is strongly believed that the Sioux, I think I'm pronouncing it wrong, Sioux, have Iroquois origins. The Chippewa, the mortal enemies of the Sioux, are also known as the Ojibwe, another tribe with the X-type. The place of the origin of the Ojibwe is not known, but it is known that they routinely battled the Iroquois before they moved to the Great Lakes area. Interesting. Once he gets in the Casey readings here, so he goes essentially, it's saying there's all this group is moving around. The presence of X-type with their tribes deepens the mystery. The finding of the X group in North Gobi dwelling Atlasians is hailed as a proof that all American migrations came from Siberia via the Bering Strait. Yet it seems unlikely, with the X-type being present in the Middle East, Europe, and America. Migration from Gobi to all the areas is doubtful. So he goes straight to woo here. The Casey readings cite a series of large and small migrations of Atlanteans to very specific parts of the world. These migrations occurred at several times, but especially during the years approaching 10,000 BC. One of these places was to the Gobi in extreme southern Siberian Asia. We assume that haplotype X originated from Casey's Atlantis. Some of the X haplotypes should be found in the Gobi region, but very little of this group has been found elsewhere in Siberia. He was going deep, so he's going straight into the fucking, these are the giants, yeah. So that's where I thought he was going with this, which I love. I love that shit. I love that slop. Yeah, but did North Americans migrate to the continent in the last 500 years carrying European DNA? It would be 8,500 years old. No, I think it's something they can tell, Aaron, that they can trace it back because they found remnants of these peoples going back 12 to 35,000, even in some areas I know in California, you had mentioned there 50,000 years onward, actually. And so of those peoples, they also found the evidence of this haplogroup. So they found it throughout time in these areas. But the commonality is that they found it here, and here, and it goes back a long ways. So I don't know. I think they thought they came across the Bering Strait, like 10,000 years, but now all these redatings have happened in the last like 15, 20 years where they didn't think there was any humans in North America 30,000 years ago. They thought they came over way earlier. But now we're pushing all that back. There were evidence of mammoth bones that have been carved up that go back about 100,000 years, which doesn't make any sense. They found it at that boundary layer in the soil, right, where they had carved the bones up. There was indication of like cutting and stuff on the bones. So that there's one site in California that shows that, only one. So they usually kind of dismiss it. Maybe it got thrown, maybe a mudslide. Who knows what happened? It got buried down deeper than it should have. So you're not convinced. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it's interesting. There's a commonality. There's a group of people that are found in the DNA going back in time in these specific areas. So what does that mean exactly? That's the question ultimately. To suggest it's the giants, I don't know. All right. It's an unknown group of people. Yeah. But this is Matt Beal had someone on his show recently who was talking about this. I don't know who he was exactly. I don't know what his background was, what his qualifications were. But Sam explains that even without preserved boats, evidence from New Guinea and Australia shows seafaring is far back as 60,000 years. Like, who the fuck was this guy?
What you see here, New Guinea and Australia, that's 60 to 40,000 years ago that they were traveling. No boats. You don't need the boats. The maritime archaeologists don't believe we need the boats. They know that because they crossed these massive distances that they traveled on boats, even though we don't have the boats. Because unlike Flint Dibble thinks, wood and organic material does decay. And also the oceans are not static, they're dynamic, they change. So they have boat building sites and they have the scraping tools that were used to scrape certain materials. And I don't want to speak out of turn, so I don't want to say exactly what it is, but they know that what materials they're using and what kind of sort of what boat they would have been making based on the residue that's on these scraping tools that they find at these boat building sites. They know what type of material they were building, and they can kind of guess what type of boat they were building. What you see here, New Guinea,
they got over there somehow, for Christ's sake. How did they end up there? I don't know what's the explanation. It just at some point the sea levels were lower, maybe in that area, or global sea levels were lower. They were able to somehow make their way over to Australia, but originally they were in Africa, right? That's the whole idea. So how did they get there? I don't think anybody actually knows. I know during the Ice Age, the whole area of Indonesia was all the water. Like, I don't think it was traversable to Australia though. So I don't know how they reckon with that, but oh yeah, here you go. Oh, there you fuck. That stuck out of my head. He's got all of these centuries alternative thinkers and pseudoscientists have been proven right. Yeah, Jesus Christ. Yeah, native mound builders, native mounds built by natives rejected for lost race myth. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, the dinosaur killer, the asteroid. There you go, Matt. Who was this guy? He was just a podcaster. Okay, sorry. This is what I saw floating around. This guy here. I don't know. We've crossed oceans for 50,000 years. I don't no idea who Sam Urban is. But I guess he makes content on this stuff. Very interesting, either way. Extremely interesting. Yeah, this is something else that Matt had pulled up here as well, pertaining to this. We don't give ancient people the ingenuity they deserve. Since atomically modern humans appeared, there had been little change on an evolutionary scale. Brain capacity is identical. It's pretty close. Yeah, I think it's technically. I think Homo sapiens are. What is it? It might go back 300,000 years. I think, Aaron. I think that's like the oldest dating I think that I've seen recently. But at least 200,000, we've been pretty much anatomically correct. Now, people point to like evidence that we have been like conscious to the level that we are now. I think the evidence was like 30-some thousand years ago. We see cave art that seems indicative of like, higher level reasoning or abstraction, right? But yeah, I think fairly confident that we go back a long ways and we've been like conscious here for a long time. Yeah. Which that's so hard to fathom, man. Like so hard to fathom. I mean, the world was a crazy fucking place. I say this all the time, but you got to think like when you go back 100,000 years, we're in the fucking thick of it. We've got like all these different human races around. Like not different ethnicities, like different human races, like actual races, right? Where you've got Neanderthals, you got Homo florentes, you got Denisovans, you got Homo sapiens. There's a couple other ones too. There's like 10 in total or something, 9 to 10. Some of them are like offshoots, some of them are like earlier iterations, but there was a time when there was a bunch of them of us on the planet together and we were not the same race. We were the same, we were humans, but we were not the same race. They're different races. And maybe there was another one on top of that. That's something that people have thrown out there that I find is very interesting, where there was another one that was a little bit bigger, maybe a little bit smarter even than us, right? Not as many of them, I don't know. We haven't found them, but at the same time we have, because the Denisovans are an example of another group of people that were of a larger stature, like they had bigger heads, possibly bigger brains, who knows? But we don't really have any remains of them around, but they would have been around the same time that we were. And we just recently discovered bits and pieces of them in the last couple decades. So, you know, anyway, we have fucking bodies of these people. Somebody does somewhere still. So looking back at the last 800,000 years to project the next 10,000 years, we see that Earth's temperature and sea levels have peaked and are about to plunge downward. Please enjoy the abundant food and warm temperatures. It's a great time to be alive, but it's about to get cold. Yeah. Stefan Burns, this is likely to play out unless we enter a totally new climate regime on geological timescale. Very interesting. I don't know where he pulled that from, but yeah, this is a prediction, not data. The line past zero is yet to be determined, and I bet is that it keeps going up. Well, but the argument that Matt's trying to make here, which this gentleman didn't fucking understand, was that there's clearly some kind of cycle that happens here. So you can see here, thousands of years from present. So going back 800,000 years, what is that? Every 100,000 years, we go through like a big dip. So that's fairly consistent. Very, very odd, actually. My God, when you look at the chart here between 400,000 to 100,000, there's like, this is almost identical. Like a dip. The dip is literally identical. Is that real? See, I hate when people post shit like this and then there's no citation to where you got it from. Like where is this? Like, with a 10K year forward prediction, okay. So So they're predicting we're going to go down. Some people think we're going to continue going up. Yeah. Well, I could see when you look at this, the only factor here that hasn't been present for the last 800,000 years is us. That's the only rogue element involved in projection. Would be, could we have enough of an effect to affect the temperature of the climate to where it wouldn't descend again, it would rise up? And I don't know. It's another question for another time if we could really have that effect or not. Hard to fucking say, honestly. Hard to fucking say. Yeah, anyway, yeah. If it goes up, the Gulf Stream shuts down, then it goes down. The Earth's built-in mechanism for keeping temperatures between a specific range, never too hot, never too cold. That's why Earth has sustained life for hundreds of millions of years. It is a regular heartbeat. That's kind of trippy. I'd love to know where he got that from. Like, that's... I've seen something similar to it before, but, like... I mean, that would... If you were placing bets, as much as we've had some influence... I mean, I'd probably place the bet she's going to go down, I guess. Depending upon what's really affecting that. Obviously, complicated mechanisms that we probably just barely understand. But anywho, moving on to other memes that I found. This is actually pertaining directly to this. I thought I'd go over this for a little bit because Randall always has some quality, slop. So yeah. And I mean, well, listen, after the last couple days here, let me fucking tell you. It's been hot as shit. Everything's dry as shit here in Atlantic, Canada. It's a goddamn tinderbox. And I don't think we're supposed to get rain for... Where's the fucking weather at? Let me check. Shit. Yeah. Full forecast. Let me see. Oh, fuck. Yeah, no. No. Oh, Thursday. God, we need it. We need it. We're gonna have a goddamn fire here. Not good. Not good at all. Something else I saw somebody posted, which is kind of interesting. I saw something recently regarding this. I don't know. This must be a different experiment that they did. I love the Nazca lines. Peru's such a strange place. All the Peruvian mummies, my God. All the strange things that come into Peru. Artificial intelligence has uncovered hundreds of massive ancient designs hidden for centuries in the Peruvian desert, revealing patterns and purpose long overlooked. We just went over a study similar to this recently. How artificial intelligence changed the game. This was just posted just yesterday. For more than a century, archaeologists have studied the Nazca Lines through aerial photography, ground surveys, and painstaking manual mapping. This new approach used AI algorithms trained on thousands of aerial images, enabling the system to detect faint lines and subtle geometric forms invisible to the human eye. The AI rapidly sifted through terabytes of high-resolution satellite and drone imagery, flagging potential geoglyphs for follow-up. The ability to conduct a survey in such a short period was thanks to the use of AI. Interesting. Among the new figurines are depictions of felines, birds, fish, and abstract forms. Designs that may have served ceremonial, astronomical, or territorial purposes. The precision of these images, many of which remain perfect symmetry despite their scale, underscores the Nazca civilization's advanced understanding of geometric and spatial planning. Interesting. Ritual walkways or sacred journeys. There you go. Oh, that's what it found. Interesting. They just thought it was some weird feature of the land, I guess, until the AI took a look at it. Well, there's an example of people using AI, obviously curated by people who don't know what the fuck they're doing, but where AI can be helpful. It can actually find stuff that we didn't know was there. So, interesting. This aligns with earlier hypotheses by Maria Riesch, the German mathematician and astronomer, spent decades mapping the lines and noting their geometric precision. The orientation, scale, and location of the new geoglyphs reinforce the idea that these were not random artworks, but part of a larger integrated spiritual landscape. Interesting. Crazy though. I mean, fuck, living out there would be a fucking nightmare. Literally no life at all. Like no bacterial life, anything. Fuck that. Need some greenery to cheer you up, right? Speaking of cheering up, what's Randall going over here? Essentially does this. God, he's made a lot of videos on this recently. New evidence in South America, Greenland ice and Murray Springs. Younger Dryas memes. Holy shit. Goddamn, Randall.
One of the most important scientific controversies of our time involves the events at the end of the Great Ice Age. More specifically, a remarkable period of time called the Younger Dryas, a period of extreme spasmodic climate swings, the annihilation of megafaunal species worldwide, the sudden disappearance of the North American Clovis culture, major disruptions to human settlement patterns around the globe, all preceded by giant floods and rapid sea level rise. These are the pieces of a puzzle that doesn't fit into the standard model, unless there is a trigger mechanism. What caused all these notable changes in the homeostasis of our global system? In those orthodox models, these data points have no common cause or unifying connection. The fact that they are all happening more or less simultaneously is seen as simply coincidental. So let's continue discussing the model that unifies these issues with a single causal link. Join me today as we square the circle on the history of the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis and dig into the evidence for extraterrestrial impacts into an ancient ice age world.
Oh my heavens. Very dramatic intro, yeah. Squaring the circle. Nice.
Well, here we are again. I'm Randall Carlson, and we're going to continue this really interesting and important discussion about events that occurred at the end of the last ice age. Events that have probably been the most profound in their effect on the human species and the rise and fall of human civilization since modern Homo sapiens first began to occupy this planet something like a couple of 100,000 years ago. And in this discussion and quest, I'm going to be joined once again by my friend and colleague, John Arthur. So if there he is.
Howdy.
In the wings, also our producer, fact checker, co-researcher. I'm sure we could come up with some other labels for him, but I don't know if we would want to express that in polite company, so we'll not do that here. But in any case, hello, John.
Best. Howdy, Randall.
Howdy. So, the Younger Dryas. When did you first, can you recall in your life when you first became aware of the Younger Dryas?
Well, so I really come from a evangelical background. And so all of this body of evidence is something that, those who are in young earth creation science, those who follow that hypothesis, there's a lot of shared evidence that we all are looking at, and something doesn't fit the model. But in the last few years, I've become more and more familiar with the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. And it's only been in the last 2 to 3 years. So it's picking up a lot of traction, and it's a very interesting model, one that's much better than the status quo.
Oh, absolutely. I definitely agree on that. I would have to say I first became aware of it probably a little bit before you. I'm guessing probably the late 1980s.
When you say before you really do mean before you, John Arthur. I'm a 94, baby.
Oh, so you weren't even in the world. My God, it's hard for me to conceive of, but it's the 94. So yeah, I'm thinking the late 80s, the early 90s. I could easily
still
look
in his
here and
daddy's
see,
balls, Randall.
just in my presentation that I think we looked at the last couple of episodes, we were certainly a decade or two in front of the famous 2007 paper by Richard Firestone, James Kennett, Alan West, and others. So anyways, we're kind of moving on. It wouldn't hurt to refer back to that paper because they really did lay out the argument. And that was mostly the focus of the attacks on the part of those who were committed to discrediting the idea. They did not want to open the doors to something from outer space, basically. They didn't want that. Well, we've learned a lot since 2007, and there's been a bunch of new studies that have extended the geographic range of this phenomena probably to at least half the world, half the globe.
Literally.
Now. Maybe more than that. With this recent discovery in Siberia, we may have pushed it even further east than it had been. We've discovered.
I think Randall's in his mid-70s, maybe. So he's in wise old wizard territory here. You usually shut up and sit down when he talks. It's usually my take on him. I just let him speak. I just let him go on his way.
He's in Europe. I think there's now even a discovery from a few years ago in Antarctica, which we'll look at as well, and to see if that is substantial enough to accept it as a proxy for a Younger Dryas event. But if it turned out to be the case that we have YD boundary proxies in the Antarctica, well, we're clearly dealing with a global event at that point, I would have to think. So we have a few papers that I think are very interesting and important in the history of the studies of the Younger Dryas. We're going to look at, over the next couple of episodes where we're unpacking all of this research on the Younger Dryas, we're going to look at a lot of what the critics
Donnie,
have
what's
said
up, dude?
as well. Because you need to look at both
10 out of
sides
10 schizo.
Of a controversy
What
or
is
an
it, man?
argument. Now, I've done that, and I've done that quite extensively, and I want to share that with people because there have been legitimate questions raised by the critics. Don't doubt that for a second. I think, however, though,
I went over it earlier, Donnie. I'm too quick, brother. I saw that as soon as it was posted. Yeah. Is this right? This is the thing here, right? The Reddit post? Yeah. Oh, I mean, interesting. I think my opinion on it was, the guy being an ex-military Department of Defense official had little to do with it. I think it sounds like He watches Joe Rogan. Yeah. It's essentially it, right? It's what we're talking about right now. Trizzy, what's up? Yeah. You look for a couple of minutes here and I'm chatting. What's up? Yeah. My theory is that the dude wrote that book. Oh, you think maybe? Oh, okay. Oh, I guess that's interesting. Yeah. Because it was this nameless author about Tesla and the pyramids, right? Yeah. It's what I talk about here all the time. Right. That's what we're going over right now. That's what it's related to, right? Is this Younger Dryas, what he was going on about, that there was this cataclysm that had happened and it wiped everything clean, wiped the slate clean, but that there may be a periodicity to the cataclysms and people within the government are aware of this and that's why they don't want to talk about aliens. Yeah. Yeah. Jim, what do you do when the woo consumes you? I just lay down, brother. I just let it wash over my face. I just enjoy the moment. You have to enjoy the moment. Oh, I found it. Fuck. My shungite. There we go. My little fidget toy. My little piece of shungite. I play with it in my fingers. They said it heals you from EMF or something. It's not very much though, but it's enough for me to fidget with. Yeah. But even thinking that, I still want to buy that book because it sounds very fun. You just got to soak in the woo. That's literally it, brother. Yeah. Yeah, it sounds interesting. Yeah. It's effectively like it's a culmination of Immanuel Velikovsky, Sitchin, Zachariah Sitchin. There's lots of modern kind of collections, summarizations of that. Yeah. Yeah. Show us the dog. You want to see Edgar? I don't know. He's probably on the other side of the green screen. He may even be sleeping with mom right now. I don't know. Yeah. True. Yeah. Makes a whirlpool slop vortex in his mouth. Yeah. Just let it in. Yeah. Saves you from EMF even though you're on a computer. That's why I use it, brother. Yeah, it absorbs all the I'm straight in the membrane here. I don't have a Wi-Fi thing here. I'm plugged straight in, right to the router. So, but all the other radiation. That's what they say at least. I didn't know what shungite was. This was like fucking like $15 or something stupid. This little piece. I was gonna get like an actual like a obelisk. But it was like $300 or something stupid like that. I was like, what the fuck? Yeah. Like a mini hurricane of just words with the woo in his mouth. Yeah, slopping it around. Yeah. Yeah. You're so cooked, brother. That's okay. That's the best state to approach the woo in, That's how you approach this stuff. But yeah, anyway, I would honestly, man, if you wanted to, you get the book, read through Plato's Timaeus. Donnie. It's free online. He quotes it here, but that's one of the sources of the stuff. But it's one of the sources of the periodicity of the cat. I brought that up myself. So is Randall, actually. Where the fuck is he? Here, Randall's brought that up himself too. But that's one of the very interesting ancient sources we have for periodic cataclysms. Is the Egyptians through Plato. Yeah. So yeah, whatever that means. Who knows? Yeah. Some people go crazy over shallograms. What's that? Yeah. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. For people, his original post was, I vaguely remember it, but while I was reading through it, I remembered the post where he talked with his relative about all the alien stuff. What the fuck did he actually say again specifically though? Yeah. He'll give it to me straight. You missed this. Cornfields, clear skies. We know there is a supreme source or creator. Some call it God, some call it intelligent design. The name doesn't matter. It's real. To understand what I'm saying, you have to accept this. This isn't a simulation. It's real. He gets it. Oh, God. He goes all way down. God damn. So he's telling them just accept God, believe in God. Yeah, anyway. I don't know. Interesting. Appeal to authority, maybe, just because this guy was working for the Department of Defense that he then knows about God? No. I don't think so. Yeah. Those civilizations came from this civilization. They taught Egyptians, Sumerians, and as they spread, they carried lost knowledge. Yeah. Sounds like he's a fucking Freemason, which Randall also is, actually. That's what it really sounds like to me. But yeah. Yeah. On the Reddit post, I can doom scroll Reddit for time. Yeah, this is a pretty good read though, yeah. Yeah, man, it's deep shit. It's deep shit. Yeah, listen, it's just simple. I'm not gonna read through it again right now, but like Timaeus. Oh fuck, I always misspell it. No, that's it. That's it. There you go. Plato's Timaeus right there. There you go, right there. This is it. You can read it for free. But this conversation is between Solon's ancestor, or Plato's ancestor, or great-great-uncle Solon, and the Egyptian priest, who told them that there was this previous civilization. They fell. They were destroyed into day and night, and mud and water, and that periodically there are these cataclysms caused by a giant comet. Yeah, right there. Jim Russell and the Shallograms, Jim Secret's 60 Motown band. Yeah. All these special rocks found in a river in India. Are they? What the fuck? Really? I don't know if that's even a thing. Yeah. Are they like those nuclear reactors they find in the rivers in India? You guys seen that before? Yeah. Oh. Fossilized shell, typically in the form of spherical black-colored ammonite fossils. Oh. Interesting. Okay, yeah. Wow. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck is Shungite. Isn't it from like a meteorite or something in Russia? Isn't it the origins of Shungite? It's from Russia or some shit? Yeah. What are those things called? What are they called again? Those ritual. Oh, fucking Jesus Christ! I gotta spell some things right today. Ritual shrines in India that ancient. Jesus fucking astronaut. Oh my fucking God. People think are reactors or what the fuck are they called again? It's like some kind of a it's a religious artifact. No. What are they? No. The shrines. No, they are by water. That's not it. There's so many weird stories in India too, though, that people have. I can understand why people will go down that rabbit hole a little bit, but how could you not find this? No, that's not it. That's not it. That's not it. India, nuclear reactor shrine? I wonder if Google would find it. Ancient alien? Oh no, good luck trying to find them. Oh, here they are. Shivlingas. Shivlinga is what they are. Oh, yeah. The Shivlinga is what they're called. They're called Shivlingas. Right here. Hopefully this isn't something inappropriate. There you go. Right here. But there's stories that go back to potentially it being some kind of like energy source or something. Obviously these aren't, they aren't themselves any kind of anomalous thing, but that this was some kind of an ancient nuclear reactor at some point that the ancients had, or from an earlier civilization. You know, a guy who thinks shallograms aren't fossils, he thinks they're evidence of some kind of ancient vortex weapon being used in killing the dinosaurs and all that. Holy fuck, he's something. Well, maybe he's not too far off the base here. Maybe these were actually some kind of ancient reactors. Okay, let's just say, give us the lore on the Shivlingas. Lingas in India. Yeah. Air hockey. Could that be it as well? Well, they got a power of the Vimana somehow. Here you go. So, lore of the Shivlinga. What it actually is, Orthodox Hindu view, sign of Shiva, usually a smooth cylindrical stone rising from a round base, a yoni, often black basalt or granite. Not a literal phallus, despite the Western colonial scholars ran with, but a cosmic pillar representing Satya, truth, and the infinite formless aspect of Shiva. The base yoni represents Shakti, divine feminine energy. Together, the union of creation and dissolution, the eternal cosmic cycle. Watering and offering, constant trickle of water or milk, interesting, is poured over it, symbolizing purification and the endless river of life. The infinite pillar story, Vishnu and Brahma were arguing over who was supreme. A massive fiery pillar appeared, infinite in both directions. Vishnu turned into a boar and dug down. Brahma turned into a swan and flew up. Neither found the end. That pillar, Shiva himself. The linga is a physical representation of that moment, the cosmic axis. Linga seems like a reference to something phallic. His manifestations. In some Puranas, Shiva manifests only as a linga. Ancient astronaut crowds take. My favorite. The spiciest. Reactor theory. A handful of fringe theorists say certain large metallic or stone lingas, especially in temples near rivers, resemble ancient reactor cores or wireless energy transmitters. Some famous lingas, the Shivalinga of Somnath, are said to be made of meteorite stone, possibly linking them to gifts from the gods. Vimana docking posts, a wild claim, suggests the pillar shape represents an ancient docking spire for skycraft Vimanas, with a yoni basin as some kind of coolant catchment. No real evidence, but it's popular in UFO forums. I like that. Let's go with that. Yeah. God damn, yeah. Did he already catch it? Like, oh yeah, we already opened it. I went over this earlier. I went over this earlier tonight. Maybe around like 6 o'clock. We went over it, but yeah. Essentially, it's too many monitors bouncing. No, it's no worries. Yeah. Yeah, well, this is just an expansion of this, but like, what does this guy actually know, right? He talks about Tesla, and he talks about ancient civilizations, and he talks about them being wiped out by a cataclysm, and then he talks about effectively that the reason there's a cover-up over aliens is because it's all to do with cyclical cycles of catastrophe the elite don't want the general public to know about. Which again, like, I mean, I'm fucking memed on a lot. Like this, like this. Is that this Mesopotamia, right? These are the Anunnaki. Where are they from? What is that object, right? Is it the same object mentioned in Plato's story, this great comet? In Plato's retelling of this from Solon and this priest, they used the myth of Phaeton. Phaeton was the son of the sun god Helios, and he was a half god, I guess, demigod. And for his birthday, he wanted to ride his father's chariot. And he said, fuck no, but he stole it and did it anyway. And he ran at the chariot. It was a celestial object for the people of Earth. And he ran it so close to Earth that it caused a cataclysm. There were earthquakes and volcanoes and meteorites and firestorms and all the hallmarks of these cataclysms that we hear from these other ancient cultures. And this object was responsible for it. In the story, obviously, it's Phaeton on his father's chariot, and then Zeus has to knock him out of the sky. So then there's thunderbolts going between this object and the earth as well in the story, right? Now, the interesting thing about it from Plato, obviously Plato wasn't like an idiot and didn't take these things literally. Neither did Solon, neither did the priest. In the Timaeus, the priest literally tells Solon that this is a form of a myth, but it's not a myth. It actually happened. And it was a story of the declination of these bodies in the heavens coming down to Earth. That it was the story of a comet passing by the Earth and causing a cataclysm. That's what he literally tells Solon. So Plato reiterates. So like they knew that this was supposedly, according to these priests in Egypt, that this was a myth based on a real story. So the question is, what was it? And then you're off to the races. So yeah. We're still somewhat talking about it. I think in mythology, too, planets are gods. Yeah, they used to manifest as life forms like us, and they taught us shit, brother. Yeah. What if consciousness scales up? What if consciousness scales up? Mother Earth, Gaia. Maybe. Maybe that's a fucking meme. Maybe that's one of the fucking memes. You know, good fucking question. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, are these Shivalingas anything? I thought I'd just bring them up. I thought they're just kind of funny. I like when David Childress talked about them. You know, that's kind of this little cute one there. Oh, look, you can get them. Yeah. You put water in it, and I mean, it's kind of a peculiar design, but I don't think it necessarily needs to be a nuclear reactor. If you were treating a nuclear reactor like this, everybody would be dead, trying to cool it manually with water with your hands. So I have a hard time believing that probably was what it literally was, but maybe it was something anomalous. I don't know. Who knows, right? Ancient cultures, they telephone game things they don't understand. Holy shit, there's a big stone there. Brother. God damn. Yeah, there's a shallogram right there. The mother of all shallograms, huh? There's a beautiful one there too. Whoa. So cool, huh? Yeah. He also said AI and AGI will ruin humanity because it will make us useless and we'll be enslaved and die out. Oh man, I mean, I fucking hope not. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like it could, in my opinion, we'll see what happens, obviously. I have no idea, but depending how people use it, my interest in it is that it could be such a great tutor. I mean, for people to learn, you have to pay a lot of money to become an expert in something now. Like a lot. It takes a lot of time. And one of the reasons it takes a lot of time is because these educators can only dedicate so much time to you to learn something. Right? I mean, not everybody does very well with like written instructions. They need somebody to kind of help them get over hurdles and understand things. And when you go to university and you pay somebody a tuition, mainly what they're doing, they have a curriculum anyway that they're giving you most of the time. They're just there to help provide analogies and help you wrap your head around the material. Then they test you on it to see how well you've learned it, right? And if you didn't learn it well, then you go back to them again and they have to do that all over again for you, right? So really, it's the educators are there to help you understand the material. AI can just do that endlessly, all times of the day, until you understand it, right? If you go to university and you don't get something, you ask your professor like 3 or 4 times to try and provide different analogies so you can wrap your head around it. After the third one, they're going to get pretty frustrated and probably give up. AI can just keep doing it till you get it, right? Hypothetically. Even now it can actually with things that aren't too complicated, too abstract, right? So the potential for it to be a part of the education system is there, and I think it could very well be. It's not there yet, but hypothetically I could see it getting there, where we'll do away with basic like, you know, basic bachelor degrees and stuff like that shit. And thank God for that, man. Fuck the universities. But obviously, experts, you still need people to ask new questions about things. But yeah, crazy shit. Yeah, he's quite stoned. Maybe he should be. That's a lot of stone there for one man to handle. Yeah, that's a lot of shalogram for his linga. I don't know if his linga could keep up with that. That's a little bit too big. His linga is going to be overshadowed. Anyway, I thought I'd just bring that little tidbit of ancient alien wisdom up for everybody, kind of relating to this gentleman's post. But yeah, I saw this was trending. So who knows? What the fuck? It was 2 years ago. Yeah, what the fuck? The top below. The first date fucking meme. Yeah, I love that so much. It's fucking great. Yeah. It's pretty woo. I didn't remember being that woo. But they don't operate jets, engines, bullets, and wings. They simply just are. They're not part of the physical world. This guy seems like he's like, yeah, a little bit out on the fringes, but it is what it is, you know? Whatever. Who the fuck knows? I don't fucking know. I literally don't know. Yeah, but very interesting names nonetheless. But anyway, I might end a little bit early there, actually, guys. My voice is kind of sore. Hopefully I'm not coming down with something, but that's about almost 5 hours. That's pretty good. Yeah. Anyway, I'll be back in tomorrow. Actually, Jesse Michaels is dropping his Nazca Mummy tomorrow, so I'll be on probably late tomorrow. I won't have to talk as much, so I can just sit and chime in every 3 or 4 minutes. So anyway, yeah. Listen, guys. Until next time. Take care. We'll see you then.
It's 7 in the evening and everything is fine. I'm not expecting visitors, so I can stream all night. I'll take my stream deck out from where I'm playing Fortnite. We'll play until the morning. At 3 a.m. we hear him again from the sound of the submarine. It's Jim Russell. It's Jim Russell, the commander of Island 49. The guardian of the ancient keys, the keys of Atlantis mysteries, Atlantean secrets, Atlantean secrets, the keys. My dudes, let's follow in order to let go. Distorted echoes, the mysterious magnetic fields. Atlantean seas, Atlantean seas. We have to swim through the ocean, the periscopic deception, ancient doorways that tremble before the subterranean castle. He calls us, my dudes, robots and erudites. 'Cause at 3 a.m. we hear him again from the sound of the almond shells. It's Jim Russell. It's Jim Russell, Union leader of Sorceric Knights. And he parts in the breaking dawn.